The MC missed out on a very important guest today. Do we have anybody, executives from the Construction Association of the Banpo District? This is the ordering organizer and the client of this project. Please welcome the member from the Banpo Reconstruction Association. I'd like to thank you for taking time out of your schedule to attend this event. And I'd like to thank all the citizens for their interest in our project. We hold many international design competitions these days, and we hope that this will enable us to create better spaces for our citizens. With the participating architects, Seoul City is working very hard towards this purpose. When we create these new spaces, we try our best to facilitate the process, and we always keep in mind the citizens over the participating architects or the jury members. Yesterday we announced the winning design for the Nodul Island and also announced the Changyan design competition project as well. All of such endeavors is not just for the city architects and experts in space creation or structural construction. It is all for you citizens. Structural beauty, aesthetics, and functions are all going to be considered during the jury process. But I think the first thing on the minds of the jury members will be the citizens, how well it will serve our citizens, and the enjoyment that will be provided to the citizens. Mayor Oh Se-hoon has made sure that all the design competitions are transparent and fair. He has focused on these aspects of the competitions, and I am sure you are all aware of that. I hope that many good designs will make Seoul City a better and more beautiful city for all of you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. He talked about the competition that serves the citizens in a fair and transparent manner. Now we will start the presentations of the design competition. This is for the Banpo-Hangang RiverConnection Park and Cultural Facilities. We have the best teams who are participating, and we look forward to the many challenges and innovations that are integrated into the design proposals. Now I'd like to ask Ms. Kim Young-mi, the jury chair, to say a few words. Yes. Good morning. My name is Kim Young-mi, the chair of the jury. I'd like to say that we have been working very hard from the first idea proposal, and we have been looking at the many design proposals. We also visited the site as well. Yesterday we visited the site one more time so that we can do a good job in selecting the winning design. However, the jury members all have different philosophies and different viewpoints, of course. And that is why we held another meeting so that we can go over the project once again. The presentation will go on for 15 minutes and the Q&A session will go on for 23 minutes. The first presenter will start today's event. I hope the presenters do very well on their presentations.
I would like to let you know that the presentation is to last 15 minutes. We will let you know when you have 1 minute left with the sound of a bell. Shall I start? Good morning, everyone. I am truly delighted to be here today. I'm grateful to have been selected as a finalist, but what is more important is that our society is deeply reflecting on and actively engaging with these issues. As architects, we go beyond creating mere structures. We consider the lives of people and sustainable future. We have thought deeply about what value this place can provide to us. Today, we will share the process and results of our spatial, technological, and social considerations. We'd like to introduce you to our team. And we will start with the scenery of Han River, Heritage of Memories. Video, please.
한강과 돌을 닮은 형태의 구조물은 자연스럽지만 강렬한 기억이 되고, 유기적인 형태와 구조를 가진 덮개는 다양한 높낮이에 위치한 요소들을 부드럽게 연결합니다. 땅의 미기울을 조절하는 계획으로 그 안을 걷는 사람들은 쾌적함을 느끼게 됩니다. 접근성을 위해 주요 경사로는 완만하게 설계되어 모두를 위한 세심한 배려를 선보입니다. 다양한 크기와 형태의 구름들로 이루어진 덮개공원은 도심 안에서 큰 산과 넓은 강이라는 자연을 담아내어 서울의 역사가 기억하는 우리 모두의 유산이 될 것입니다.
우리는 아름다운 도시에 살고
We live in a
있습니다.
beautiful city. Seoul's unique mountains, rivers, and natural environment are vital assets that enhance the future value of the city. The works of Gyeomjae Jongsun, a master of true view landscape painting from the Joseon dynasty, faithfully capture the ecological beauty of the Han River and convey it to us. Memories like black and white photographs of the Han River landscape remain with us as they once did. In the past, the plans focused slowly on flood control and transportation. Now these plans will evolve to encompass a way of life that embraces water. The Banpo area, located at the heart of the Green Axis, has been known for its beautiful scenery since ancient times. It was a long-standing residential area where the Banpo-Jugong apartment complex stood, and now is one of the busiest areas in Seoul. Reflecting on the city's transformation, we aim to create a landscape along the Han River that smoothly connects the land. The rigidly bordered park will become a seamlessly flowing park. We envision a city where free movement is possible, an organic soul that connects the urban environment with the Han River. The elevated park symbolizes vibrant public space and new connectivity like the gently flowing water expands the urban matrix. It is designed to offer free views of the city from three sides, with special programs on the upper and lower levels completing the master plan. The concept of the master plan is a smooth and continuous connection, a delicate placement that does not obstruct the views from residential areas. Cultural programs located beneath the elevated park and Building 108, mounding composed of various park programs, a comfortable forest walkway nestled between tall buildings, and panoramic views from the park. The arrangement of masses reflects the irregular environment of the site, creating a harmonious appearance as the adaptable landscaping blends in seamlessly with the design. Within the given environment of the site, the positions of the columns can be variably chosen based on the grid system. This creates the boundaries of the elevated park, subdivides the Voronoi diagram, and allows for landscaping to be placed on the top. The elevated park is the centerpiece of the green network. The main axis is formed by the slopes of Banpo and Hangang Park. There are four main entry points: City, Park, Plaza, and Hangang Park. Convenience is enhanced by elevators and stairs. The park access from Banpo marks the beginning of the urban forest. You can enter via the upper part of the park, or you can take a stroll through the lower path, which is the ecological forest. The forest park borders three residential complexes, ensuring residential privacy through a buffer green space. Considering the maximum height and distance of the elevated park, it is designed to provide Han River views from the residential buildings. The levels have been carefully determined by sequentially considering the starting point of the site, the height of Olympic Expressway, and the starting point of Hangang Park. The pedestrian slopes connecting to Hangang Park are designed not to be steep, prioritizing accessibility so that everyone can move easily. Additionally, safety will be a top priority in all seasons and weather conditions. The pedestrian paths are strategically designed with varying widths to establish a hierarchy of pathways, enriching the park's landscape and allowing visitors to experience nature in various ways. The upper part of the park captures the forgotten scenery of Han River. The park program consists of 8 sections. Each mounding is designed to offer different functions and experiences, allowing visitors to enjoy the park in various ways. The lobby and cafe on the first floor are connected to the exhibition space along with the multi-purpose meadow and a stage that doubles as a viewing platform with a tiered amphitheater. The park also includes spaces with rocks, water, playgrounds, relaxation areas, seasonal ecological education zones, and exhibition radius. The spaces between the mounds naturally serve as pathways. Through diverse planting, it creates the effect of naturally passing through the landscape. Visually, it also creates a natural boundary with Olympic Expressway. To ensure pedestrian safety and pleasant walking environment, the areas adjacent to the road are equipped with plantings and safety railings to block vehicle noise. The covered park incorporates the microclimate concept in its design, allowing visitors to make use of this pleasant environment longer. Primarily, the park features shaded plantings, surfaces that mitigate the urban heat island effect, and water features to function as cooling islands. Additionally, considerations have been made to mitigate wind effects. The Shin-Banpo forest path is designed to mitigate downdrafts from nearby high-rise buildings. Glass screens and plantings are considered to reduce the impact of winter winds in the areas facing the Han River. Here is the cross-sectional view. The Cultural Plaza serves as a central place connected to the exhibition area and features stairs and elevators that lead up to the covered park. At the ground level, a street is formed that connects the underground passages on the east and west side, creating a pedestrian-friendly environment. This pleasant outdoor space that provides visitors with shade and allows them to enjoy events, connecting the east and west, creating a stable and open atmosphere. Near Building 108, voids are incorporated to provide ample natural light to the first floor Cultural Plaza and Seminar Hall. The influx of light through the voids and the stairs leading to the covered park create a natural continuity of view. Buffer plantings are placed along the road, and the Harmony Plaza, with water features, includes pavilions such as a small library and a cafe. The sloped area connecting to the covered park, the deck park, is designed with harmony stairs and slopes that can serve as a stage and seating area. By placing cultural facilities in the lower part of the covered park, Road noise is blocked from reaching the Cultural Plaza. The exhibition space includes the preservation floor of Building 108 to protect the neighbors' views while considering its historical significance. Only one floor of Building 108 will be preserved, with the upper floors demolished. The floors to be preserved will be used as permanent exhibition space. In the areas where it connects to the new exhibition space, the interior walls will be strategically demolished to create larger, more versatile spaces. From the upper part of the park, the cutout surface of the preserved floor is visible through the voids, proving to be a mark in history. This is a landscaping plan. The project aims to reconnect the Han River with the city and its people while also linking the urban ecosystem from a broader perspective. The Green Clean Corridor planned by Seoul Metropolitan Government is designed to promote fresh air circulation along continuous green spaces within the city. At its core, the proposal connects the lush forests in the south with the tranquil riverside wetlands of the Han River. The landscape gently guides people through a series of evolving natural environments. The park, beginning in the south, offers a cool and shaded environment with dense coniferous trees. Moving northward, the forest transitions into a mixed woodland of deciduous and evergreen trees, creating a diverse and dynamic ecosystem. In the canopy park, in the covered park, the mixed woodland transitions into a natural meadow, becoming a place where a variety of grasses and wildflowers grow abundantly. The dense coniferous and mixed forests along the meadow extend towards the riverside wetlands, becoming filled with riparian trees and plants. Along the river, they form a landscape that creates a green buffer zone. The seamlessly connected landscape enriches biodiversity and provides a self-sustaining ecosystem. Wetlands provide an important habitat for wildlife and act as a natural filter for rivers. A forest is a combination of plants that reveal functional and sensory characteristics such as smell, sound, or texture. 5 different vegetation layers were considered from the ground to the tree canopy. Parks offer shaded trails, refreshing water features, and open spaces for recreation and cultural events. The activities suggested here range from lively to peaceful, collective to personal. Meditation, picnicking, walking, outdoor theater, and amenity facilities offer a variety of experiences with the landscape. During the nighttime, the main routes in the park will ensure accessibility and safety for visitors, for ecological balance, protecting wildlife habitats, and providing a calm and safe environment for both human and animals. The structural concept creates an organic and flexible composition above and below the park, responding to the complex context of the site. The nature-inspired structural design is intended to allow for the appreciation of the covered park's sculptural qualities when viewed from below. The structure consists of 2 parts: A, the bridge element over the road, and B, the tree structure. Thanks to the continuity of structures A and B, we can efficiently build on this site. The cladding enclosing the structure we may be able to consider removing the ceiling portion from the Olympic Expressway sections to enhance safety and maintenance efficiency. By adopting a simple linear steel structure we have planned so as to avoid going around the road underneath during the construction period. B is a steel tree structure. It is the most material efficient solution for long-span structures. The columns of the tree structure are made of concrete and support trusses that connect to the structure of the next section. The cladding uses materials like GRC, which are strong yet lightweight and thin, minimizing the need for complex formwork construction typically required for on-site concrete structures. Here's a tentative construction plan. During the construction of the central structure, only 1 lane in each direction will be closed to traffic, allowing for installation of steel beams. For a brief period, overnight full closures will be implemented. Once the steam bills are installed, the road underneath the structure will be protected, allowing for the resumption of traffic while the upper deck, cladding, and landscaping are constructed. This will be an integrated effort, delicately encompassing architecture, civil engineering, structural design, and landscaping, fostering collaboration and synergy. Above all, our proposal aims to transform the scenery of the Han River into one of healing rather than division. The park's design, which flows flexibly like water and spreads horizontally, embraces the sky, mountains, and surrounding cityscape without distinction. Becoming an integral part of the urban backdrop, the scenery of Han River will symbolically mark the beginning of an ecological recovery journey. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Are there any questions from the jury? No questions? Then I think I will ask a question. Yesterday, we heard of the technical results, and when it comes to cladding, compared to others, we predicted that the cost will be quite high. What is your opinion? Our presentation, our proposal, I think, is the beginning of a journey. And of course, we do understand that we do have a limited budget. And we think that we can provide the best effect from that limited budget. So we will place continuous efforts into matching that budget. As was mentioned in the presentation, in the beginning for the cladding, we planned for the overall cladding, but through the technical review results, we actually really thought about this and looked into this. So thinking of the cladding on the road, on the safety side, and also on the maintenance side, we also agree with these issues. So for the columns and also the ceiling side, just applying cladding on that side. So providing that ambience from when we look at it from below. But we think that we can eliminate some cladding from the ceiling side. We did not explain this in the presentation, but if you look at the presentation, there are straight lines and also curved lines, and we have indicated the cladding based on that. And the thing that we thought was important in design was, rather than bringing up construction costs, we wanted to have a very consistent manner in, for example, having module sizes. And we think we can bring down the construction costs through the sizing of the modules. Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you for your presentation. Overall, I think from the Hangang Park to the upper side, I think it is a very smooth connection. And the fact that you talked about the covered park and it having the concept of a park, I think was positive. What I would like to know is your approach in this project. On the plan, we can see that you have many curved shapes, and I think there are many three-dimensional arch shapes that are implemented. But from the Hangang River's overall landscape point of view, I think it may not really fit in, but I think you have this design process and design approach. So maybe you could elaborate on that side. And then for the upper park, the soft surface and hard surface, you probably made a division between the two. So what kind of park are you envisioning when you did this division of soft and hard? Actually, the biggest idea that we had was connectivity. And I think the core idea for us was connectivity. How are we going to connect is the biggest issue that we thought of, and we didn't want to be too over-aggressive and physically aggressive. And from the city, in reaching the river, we wanted for the people to have a smooth transition, for the people to be able to really enjoy the landscape as they move toward the Han River. So we started out with a conceptual shape and then developed from that. And for the shapes are quite fluid, but we think the value that the shapes hold are inclusivity. So in the beginning, we started out conceptually, but we really tried to make use of the structures from nature, things that are variable. And when we if we start out on this project, we think we can really adapt to the changes that can occur on site. And we think what we have made now is the foundations. It is, I think, an infrastructure that we are building. It's the land. We thought of this as a land. And the moundings that we expressed are actually metaphors, and we thought them to hold symbolical meaning. And we thought they had a lot of potential. That is why all the activities, all the trees and planting that are used will not end at this first idea. It is the starting point. And I think that is the attitude that we had when we started out. I think that you are trying to restore the appearance of Han River and really connect Shinbanpo District with the Han River. But on the other hand, the western side of Han River, from the Han River Park side, how are you planning to have people access from that side? And also in terms of connectivity from Banpo-Il apartment complex, from the new apartment complexes, and also the existing apartment complexes, how are you planning to connect the two, the new and old apartment complexes? That's my second question. And I don't know if I can ask you another question, but the last question that I would like to ask you is the mounding, the location of mounding seems quite free, but does it have a direct link with the underneath structure, or will you have a free platform beneath? Are you thinking of something that a variable platform underneath? For the first question, when it comes to connectivity, when we thought about this from the city to the Han River, of course, connectivity on that side is important. But left and right, currently the underground tunnels exist. And we really want to integrate the existing tunnels as part of the new covered park. So the underground tunnels will be linked, and from the covered park, from the forest to the Han River, to the grassland of the Han River, there are two processes that will link that as well. And for the connectivity of the two apartment complexes, there are 3 apartment complexes that meet. And although visually they are connected, they are actually separated. So for some parts, we looked at how we can open and link these apartment complexes. And for the new complex, they have plans to come to the park, to the Han River, through 2 routes. So we are thinking of how we can link with that. And if you look at the landscape, an urban landscape from, we see many high apartment complexes. So we want to actually think of how we can link that with the green environment. And when we reach the Han River, we want to have a very open plaza-type mounting. So that is the concept that we had. And connected with the apartment complexes will be based on the difference of levels. For example, for 108, building 108, we plan to preserve just one story and demolish the rest. So from the apartment complexes, we will not intrude on their view on the Han River. And for the final question, for the lower part structure, we didn't want to have a serial pattern for the columns. So in reality, what we have planned now is for where the columns are, we want to make sure that the weight is well distributed. But when we work with the engineers, we have planned for the structure that is very variable, that actually can adapt to many different changes. So 10, 20, 50 years from now, the plan actually can accommodate many changes into the future. The title of this project is, actually, I think it shows us that you are thinking very much on the landscape side. Some look like forests, some look like greenlands. But I see for the covered park, you are actually proposing many different programs. So this mounding is for this program. This mound is for this program. Of course, this can be an example that you are expressing, but I think maybe that can actually limit the diversity of programs because you have one program per mound. And rather than having tall trees, you talk about grasslands. But actually, I'm thinking that with grassland in the Hangang River Park, the grassland is something that we see commonly. So is this because, is there any conflicting concept? Or I'm thinking, will there be no conflict when it comes to this grassland side? Actually, we are in the conceptual stage, and the Han River Park, the Citizens Park, is used for many different cultural activities, and we wanted to provide a concept where we can actually accommodate all of this. So different from construction, I think landscaping actually allows for this kind of change. Landscaping, I think, starts the moment it is made and built. So I think it can be very flexible, and during the planning phase, it can actually accept many changes. So that was the concept behind that. And although we do hold symbolic meaning, we did a lot of research, not on the planting side, but also on the tree side. But also we looked at the environmental factors. What are the trees that can actually tolerate the different weather conditions? So we do have to do more research on that side. Professor Chan, thank you for your presentation. There are two things that I would like to ask. The number of columns, I don't know if this is correct. There are 31 on the Han River side and a total of over 100 columns, I think. I think you did this according to the Voronoi pattern. Why is this? Are you planning on modifying the number of columns? Is this possible? So I'd like to hear what you think on the columns. And secondly, from Banpo, you said there's an upper level and a lower level in accessing the Han River. What I'm thinking, is there really a need to divide the two? And if you do have these two, then why did you divide it into two? Let me talk about the interpretation of our structure, and my colleague engineer will elaborate on this after I answer you. We started out with a very rigid pattern, but we developed this on the construction side, and we wanted to have a free form pattern on the lower side. And we wanted to have columns to have a certain distance between the two columns so we wouldn't bring up the construction costs. And in the next phase, what will happen if we continue on this project is to look at the land conditions. We will take into consideration the land conditions, and so that is the concept behind the columns. And secondly, for the lower and upper routes, coming in from Shin-Banpo-ro, you can see it is a very narrow road. And if you take a look at the site, Jugung Complex number 1 is quite high, and then 14 meters for the Forest Plaza. So there's a big difference. So that is why we wanted to make that distinction. And from the left-hand side, from floor 1, from the upper route, on the lower hand of the upper route, we are proposing different pavilions. So not only can you walk through the walking trail, these pavilions can provide space for programs or also restrooms. So that is what we thought of. So the possibilities, although it is a very narrow route, with the apartment complexes on both sides and considering the level of the apartment complexes, we thought we can compensate by having another forest trail. And when we did the planning, we wanted to take into consideration the privacy of the residents of the apartment complexes. And we also wanted to take into consideration the characteristics of the route, and we really wanted to make it a comfortable and convenient trail. We didn't want it to be a direct access from the apartment complex, but we also didn't want to block the route. So we wanted to make it a natural entrance for the users and residents. So the height of the land is different. We didn't want to make it artificially and different level. We did it based on the level of its surroundings, but we didn't want it to make it too easy an access. We wanted to do landscaping, and with the shape of the routes, we wanted to really harmonize. And from the forest, we looked at the three-dimensional side. We looked at what we could plant, what trees we could plant. If there are two levels, we thought we could really make this forest-like environment. I think Mr. Spix has a question. Thank you for your question. When we first did the planning, connectivity, of course, was very important, but also how the users would use this space was very important to us. So when a user comes from the forest to Han River, we didn't want to give and force the user to come from this point to another point. So they can go to the covered park, they can stay at the covered park, they could look at Han River, and plus they can go through many different programs and activities. But the programs are not fixed. We're not saying that this is something that we must do. We're just saying that this could be the big picture where the different programs could go in. And in the next phase, based on this, from the architect's standpoint, we will have a vision, of course, but we don't want to force anything on the user. Within the process, we want to find more answers and solutions. When we take a look at the history of Han River and also the history of the riverside, there is a very natural environment, but that has disappeared a lot. It's been about 40 years, and during that process, this natural environment and appearance has disappeared from our collective memory. So, although our process is to make this artificial, somewhat artificial space, we want to provide a very gentle and smooth experience so that people can experience this landscape. And to add on to that, as was mentioned in this park, the experience that we want to provide is there can be movement, and also not only movement, you can just stand and look at the Han River. And also within that, you can do your own personal activities, or you can also have collective events with other people. So we really wanted to encourage diversity. So when citizens come to this park, we didn't want architecture to dominate this location. We wanted people to naturally experience, oh, why do I feel so good? So that was the starting point for us. We are almost out of time. I think we don't have enough time to ask one more question. Yes, I would like to ask one simple question on the structural plan. When the entering part from over the Olympic Expressway, there are the concrete beams, and if you look at the plan, it is straight. But if you look at the overhead slabs, it is curved shape. So I was wondering, did you think of this when you were doing the planning? And also, for the Olympic Expressway, you said that you need total closure for construction. So what period of time do you need for this? To explain to you about this for the Olympic Expressway, and do you need an extra pathway that goes around Olympic Expressway? It is a bridge structure here, so we think one lane can be used for about 3 months. And in the nighttime, for a very short period of time, we think we will need total closure. We will end the Q&A session here. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Cho Byung-jo, and I am the principal architect of BC Cho Partners. It's the same company with Lee Ji-hyun. She's also a partner and a principal architect. The two teams have been working together, G. Otterson Studio, and all of the people who collaborated with us will be sharing their presentation. I'll be going over the focal points and then leave it to the others. Just a minute, excuse me. Are you counting the time? You have to give a signal that the presentation has started. Hold on a second. The clock is not ticking right now. We have to start the time clock. Can you turn the clock so that I can keep an eye on it? Okay, we've started the clock. You may begin. This project was very interesting as we first heard the news about the design competition. If you look at this project, you see that Hangang has many features. We already have a structure on Nodal Island if you go and see the Han River. I talked with people working on Nodal Island, and they said that the wind is so strong on Nodal Island. Sometimes it makes it hard to shut the doors, and it makes it very inconvenient. I also walked many times in this area. My wife's hat would fly away, her muffler would fly away. The wind is so strong here. There's also the expressway. Building a deck park on top of an expressway seemed like a good idea at first, but we went into the details. We saw that there were many challenges because the approach had to be more engineering rather than design, because there was a safety issue, and then it could be cold or hot. The wind could be very strong. Then how do we overcome these challenges? So we looked at this problem and tried to use that as design elements. It shows here, and you'll see it again, but shade is very different. The shades act like fins. That means the wind will not be completely blocked, but it will be redirected to go over the fins. So that's why we spent a lot of time on the environmental analysis. Rather than looking at the design itself, we wanted to make sure that we made a safe place within the given cost and by minimizing the impact on traffic. I'd like to leave the details to our other principal architects. Yes. Good morning. First of all, it's not just the architectural design, but the functional aspects that were very important with us. So we worked with WWM and Transolar and HEA, who are all global experts in sustainability, structure, and landscape. When we designed this, we focused on how Seoul used to look like in the 18th century. You see here that the mountains and rivers are very visible. Unlike the European or Chinese capitals, it is surrounded by mountains, and there's a topography that's very distinct, with the mountain silhouettes and the rivers flowing through. So we looked at how we can strike a balance here. Modernity changed Seoul cityscape a lot. Many riverbanks were built, and the expressways were built as well. This disconnected the city and divided up the city physically. But we wanted to revive the memory of the Seoul that used to be and try to create a pathway connecting all the natural elements. The red site, or the red point is the site, the construction site. We went beyond the site itself, and the bigger picture was to connect the mountain trails, waterways, and wind paths of Seoul City. This, we believed, was the identity of Seoul that we had to recover. If you go to the riverbanks of Seoul right now, the natural environment is quite beautiful, and citizens are able to rest here, re-energize here. There are different habitats as well, so there is a great deal of potential. If we can connect that potential of Seoul City to the site itself, it could achieve many things. We didn't want to stop at creating an icon or image of a city. We wanted to go beyond that and look at the Umyeon Mountain in the background and the Soripul forest, make sure that our project became a platform that functioned as part of all that connected nature. The master plan shows red marks here. These are the canopy structures which we believe are at the center of our design. It forms an axis. Across the different axes, many different programs will be provided, and it will create an experiential sequence. That is the key of our design. Let's go through the programs and see what sort of spaces that we can meet. First of all, we have an entry plaza. We want an open structure that focuses on the fact that it is the entrance to the park. After you pass that, there's a blossom garden where you see many colored flowers. The waterfall square, which is at the center of the linear park, also has a ground foundation that children can enjoy themselves in. A terrace garden between the park and the apartment complex is a very important part because it separates the private part of the apartments and the public space. We wanted to create a natural boundary here. We proposed two things. First of all, not erecting a wall. Instead, we have level differences that makes a buffer zone by making canopies and urban furnitures arranged here. It forms a natural boundary between the private and public spaces. Furthermore, using the big site, we have what we call a community forest. We wanted to focus and emphasize the flow of the forest. Here we have a small pond that will be filled with water during the rainy season, but dry during the other seasons. Here is the entrance to the cultural facilities, and it acts as a gate to the covered park. This is the floating park that you will arrive at. This is a grand scale park, but the fact that we can approach this from the top and not the bottom was something very new. The canopy structure that we're suggesting here blocks out the wind and sound, but also provides safety to the citizens. It also is a very cozy space in front of this grand space that we call Han River. We start from the Banpo station to the Banpo-Hangang River Park. Our project was all about restoring this natural pathway that connects these 2 points. The cultural facilities also is part of this pathway of a public walkway. The cultural facilities is not just for the purpose of special exhibitions. It is a part of this public passageway. when it's raining or snowing, it still protects people from these natural elements. If you go inside, there will be a permanent exhibition showing apartment number 108 or the remains of it. There are many public programs if you follow the ramp. If you continue to follow the ramp, there's an external space, outdoor space with the cafe. The cafe faces the floating park, so it is a continuum of experiences that we provide. The most important part for us was to make it time and cost efficient and minimizing traffic disruption. In other words, constructability. We will install steel girders at an interval of 2 meters, so a height of 1.2 meters of steel beams will be placed with an interval of 2 meters. The steel girders will be prefabricated and in 15-meter sections. It will be joined and assembled on site. Here, if we can find a space to fabricate PC, we can use SRC combined techniques or PC post-tension techniques. That depends on the given condition. During the construction, safety is very important. That means after the safety walls are constructed, we will construct the girders and then put the canopy on top. The canopy will be from top to bottom, so there will be no problems.
Indoor and outdoor program where seasonality and the thermal comfort of the public are prioritized. For example, at the cafe at the plaza deck opens onto a mist and water play cooling plaza, which celebrates the idea for diverse groups to come together. The shade structure surrounding the park offers safety for cars below and park visitors alike from the potential for flying debris during high winds from vegetation or anything that could come from the park. And it additionally provides safety for the visitors on top of the park. Furthermore, it respects cultural preferences for shade and spaces protected from the sun, seen both in Korea's historical architecture and in the outdoor spaces most favored by Seoul's citizens today. The shade's structure design is carefully calibrated to be a simple framework for adapting the edges of the park to safety and thermal comfort concerns. At its most minimal, it provides a light shade structure and a wind block, and you can imagine the light gently filtering through the shades. In specific locations, it's designed to provide more extensive thermal comfort through seasonal seat heating locations for the winter and evaporative cooling fans for the summer. This canopy language provides a unifying language through the entire experience from the start of Shinbanporo all the way to the riverside, creating spaces of protection from the elements while also creating privacy for the neighborhoods. At the very north edge, the canopy structure provides a new space for viewing the skyline and the Banpo Bridge light show at night. The climatic planning of the park is a new opportunity for the city to set new standards for public outdoor spaces and sustainable architecture. Through ecological planning and thermal comfort analysis and a series of passive strategies, we aim to increase the quality of public spaces while reducing operational carbon from new facilities. The sustainability of the design goes beyond outdoor comfort. The design will reduce energy through high-performance, well-insulated facade and a green roof with incorporated photovoltaics with anti-reflective coating that respects the surrounding neighbors. Thermal mass in the floor and central supporting walls are activated through a geothermal system which uses stable temperatures of the earth to warm and cool the exhibition programs through radiation and convection while providing diffused natural daylight to the spaces. In the planning of the thermal comfort for the park, a central concern for us was to adjust the microclimate of the site and provide the protection of visitors from harsh northwest winds during cold weather while allowing summer breezes. Through fluid dynamic simulations, we worked closely together with TransSolar to analyze and calibrate locations of the edge canopy structures to design public activities around specific conditions of thermal comfort. This analysis shows critical conditions in winter, but the structure additionally provides protection from wind in mid-seasons like spring and during summer high wind conditions. For example, wind speed is dramatically reduced for seating areas around the performance plaza and the viewing deck, while the central walking paths occur in a zone that meets standards associated with comfortable walking. In the summer, we're able to provide a diverse set of thermal conditions to accommodate activities and even different preferences through shading and evaporative cooling.
네, 이제 스탑하셔야지 됩니다. 스탑. 시간이 됐어요.
You have to stop now. Your time is up. We will take questions now.
질문해 주시겠어요?
Are there any questions from the jury?
예, 잘 들었습니다.
Yes, thank you for the presentation.
저는 전체적으로 봤을 때
As a whole, I think
진입 부분, 그러니까 문화시설
the
진입
entry
부분과 공원 진입 이 관계성
to the park and the cultural facilities has a good relationship. The relationship is very natural between these two entrances. Even within the cultural facilities, there's a continuous pathway that leads you to the
그리고 이제 캐노피나 이런 부분들에
covered
대해서
park.
많이
I thought that was a strong
생각하시는
point.
부분들도
The
보였는데요.
canopy itself
한 가지 궁금한
showed
거는
well thought designs.
캐노피들이 들어서고
One thing I'm
또
curious to know
문화시설
is that when you have the
루프 레벨이나 이런
canopy and then the
뒤쪽에
cultural
주거동
facilities at the roof
에서의
level,
어떤
how does that
시야가
relate to the view from
차단되는
the
부분이 있지
residential
않을까 하는
buildings
걱정이
nearby?
조금 되긴
Will
했거든요.
it cut off the view of the river for the residents of the buildings? At the same time, within the covered park, I guess it does block the view from people within the park looking towards the apartment buildings. But can you elaborate on this? Let me show you the cross section as I further elaborate on this.
Apartment levels. So we could confirm through the section that occurs early in the presentation, if you can find it, that the bottom level apartments have a view clear over the top of the structure. We'll find this long section in just a moment. If you can just point to it here. This small view cone, which is showing a little bit brighter on the screen than we had hoped, that is the level of the very bottom apartment. So there's still a clear view of the river. We had confirmed this also through 3D view analysis.
주거동에 뭐 1층이나 2층은 상주하는 거주 공간이 아닐 수도 있을 것 같고.
Correct. It is lower than the living level in that space.
저희가 제일 낮은
주거층을 3층이라고.
That was the starting point of our design because we thought that the third floor was the beginning of the residential spaces. I have a question. Yes, waterways, mountain trails, and forest ways were mentioned, and I thought that was very impressive. The final result of the design seems to be more of a natural shape, like a piece of land rather than a geometric shape. You said that you didn't want to make it just an object, but if you think of it together with the previous question, you have to think about the canopies. Personally, I think the canopy can be very useful. There's no doubt about that. I think this design provides a very user-friendly space and environmentally friendly space, but because of the shape, it does seem to approach an object. That means that it kind of ends up being like a facade of an architectural building. That means the shape that the apartment residents can see might be controversial. Even if that was not the central theme of the project, it was the outcome. So what do you think about the shape? Was it intentional? Or what do you want the final outcome to be? Well, thank you for the good question. We think that just functionally resolving the issue is not enough. We want it to be aesthetically pleasing, whether you're looking at it from the river or the apartment buildings. How much will we open it up? And you probably saw that sometimes there are gaps. That means the light will go through those gaps and reflect off the floor. We also have high-density cement that will be used so that not too much light will be reflected. We'll also use aluminum and mold it to a right angle so that it will allow snow to slide down. And across the aluminum angle, the water can travel down and go through the girders that are set at 3-meter intervals. We thought that it would be very beautiful in the end, but I don't think the render really does justice to the design. The structure itself will be very beautiful from far away during night because it resembles the small little houses that we used to make out of straw so that we can put in insects in it during the summertime. But we do have a video, and we'd like to show it to you while you ask questions. We don't really have time, but we'll go through to the next question. Professor Hwan? Yes, thank you for the presentation. I'd like to ask one thing. It's regarding technology. If you look at the reports, there are a lot of things about girders, which are very clear. But what about the pier construction in the middle of the Olympic Tero? Can you talk about the installation method as well as the material? The pier in the middle of Olympic Tero, Olympic Expressway? Yes. The pier in the middle of the Olympic Expressway? I don't know if I understood the question. What are you talking about, the installation method? Are you talking about the construction space? Yes, that as well as the bridge pier with the girder. I don't think there was enough explanation on this. Yes, the thing in the middle We do need a certain space for construction, as you can see here. In order to do the pier thing in the middle, we have to crisscross the Olympic Expressway. So we have what we call a crush deck in the third picture. We would be using 2 lanes on the Olympic Expressway and use other spaces around there to install the pier. The crush deck itself will not interrupt traffic. Traffic can move around that while we construct. The type of the pier itself will be curved so that we can adequately address the flooding seasons. We have made sure that this is technologically feasible and minimize traffic interruption. Did that explain what you were curious about? The bridge pier that you have indicated here seems to have columns. Are you thinking about in situ concrete installation? No, we're thinking about PC. We first thought of using PC for the steel beams, but if you try to fabricate PC and the span is 20 and 30 meters, we have to cut it up and then take it to the side, join it, and assemble it. So in the splice part, we will make sure that the steel girders can be joined as well. We thought that the steel beam requires a factory that fabricates a PC. That's why we thought about steel beams. If we can get the space, then of course it can be made as PC. It can be fabricated as PC. We looked at many different systems as options, and that is an expression of our different options. The deck itself seems to require a long time for construction because you will have to leave 2 lanes free. Of course, we will have 2 lanes in total, but the construction time will not be that long because we have 2 lanes. Yes, thank you for the presentation. And it seems that it was well thought, especially in terms of details. I think my question is similar to that of Professor Dom's. The covered part or the connection part gives you a feeling that connecting is about moving and park is about staying. Is the purpose providing a passageway, or is the purpose providing a resting place? If you want a lot of activities to take place, as your design shows, this is just as important as what people traveling in the cars see. What happens when the structure blocks the view of the residents? And when you are on top of the park, there's a view toward the Han River, which is important, but there's also the view towards the traveling cars. For example, there could be glass walls to allow people to watch the traveling vehicles. Regarding the viewpoints, we thought it would be best for people not to see too much of the traveling cars. Just like we want to block the noise, we want to block the view as much as possible. We don't want too many curves as well. From the viewpoint at the bottom, the canopy structure is not that obstructive. The structure itself is open to the sky. If you look out from the park, you can peep out between the gaps, but if you look at it from far away, the traveling vehicles is not going to be visible. What about if you look out from your car up to the covered park? And the viewpoint from the park to the vehicles. This has a slope, so if you look at this park from the car, it'll look like it's open to the sky. If people on the top of the park can approach the end and peep through the gaps if they really want to watch the cars, but I don't think it will be such a pleasant view because it's traveling at a fast speed and traveling towards the park, so that's why we try to minimize the view of traveling cars. If it's all right, I'd like to add a little about the park. Yes, Professor Speaks has a question.
I enjoyed your presentation. I thought it was a beautiful presentation. I have a question maybe about the overall concept, because it seems initially you mentioned that you were concerned that this was more engineering than design, or you mentioned that there was a kind of a struggle between an engineering project and a design, and the question is where do you intervene with design in a project like this? And my question is, I feel you have almost two different projects. One is a trail that leads to an object, and what I'm wondering is, to what extent the component pieces were the driving force of the design, or was making a new landscape the point of the design? Because it seems one way to read it is that you created these various programmatic platforms or points, and then you engineered a landscape to connect them, instead of engineering a landscape and then determining points along. So I wonder, which approach did you take?
전체적인 간략한
Yes, let me first answer your question, and Ryan will answer your question about the concept. I think that this project will end up being a great project for Seoul City, whichever design is selected. And I think this sort of covered park is necessary. But I also think it's very experimental. It could be risky, and it's not an easy project. That's why I thought it was going to be a challenging project. I think it was a great idea on the part of Seoul City. If this can be repeated throughout the city in several other places, this could be a starting point for connecting all of these different natural elements in the city. That's why I refer to it as an infrastructure. The microclimate can also provide a good environment, because I wanted to create a space where air is contained. The concept will be explained by Ryan.
Landscape, and the construction of a space as climate is really the driver for us from the beginning. If we think about what is architecture from the very origins of humanity, it's constructing a space for climate. So I think if we frame the discussion around the idea that the devices and the constructions are about forming an atmosphere, right? Architectural space is not just visual space that we see in here. It's about the molecules that we're breathing in. So we think of architecture from such a climatic perspective that everything from landscape, from the cooling plaza to the shading structures to the wind block, was really about orchestrating this thermal experience that engages the human body.
김세진 선생님.
Yes, Mr. Kim Se-jin.
네, 아주 짧게 말씀드리겠습니다.
Let
저희
me
프로젝트가 한강연결공원
ask you a short question. Our project also has the park and the cultural facilities. And I think apartment 108 is one of the big issues here. What was your thought behind treating the apartment 108? And how can the apartment 108 extend to the cultural facilities?
Important to us to kind of understand the structural condition and the structural value, and realizing that to maintain that part of the building as something that's really an outdoor, sort of accessible, inhabitable building would require significant structural intervention, given that you would have to cut off pieces of it. And for us, a simple way to do that was to incorporate, this is the original end unit from that end of the building, which we have kept the structure in place, and we built an exhibition space around it, so that as you walk through this ramp space, which draws you through the exhibition program, you can actually go into this end unit from the building 108. It can be set up with the furniture and pieces as it would have originally been. And as you come up the ramp on the next floor, if we can go to the rendering here, as you come up the ramp, you're looking down on that end unit, right? You would see where the walls have been sheared off by the saw, where we're actually really preserving this piece of the building in place and integrating it so that it's protected by the building inside, but it's also accessible as something that you can view from the outside of the building.
To help your understanding, we do have a video. We were unable to show it, but it's only a 3-minute video. No, we actually saw the video yesterday. But can we play the video while we answer questions? Yes, you may do so, but we only have 3 minutes left. So we'll continue to take questions as you play the video. Yes, I have a few questions regarding the structural planning. The part that passes the Olympic Tero, you said that you wanted to minimize the impact on the traffic flow. I think that you're going to use a certain technique to fabricate the girders. That will require some space behind and in front of the expressway, but there could be also some obstacles there. Is there another alternative that you have thought about in case that is not feasible? The second part is about the fact that there is a retaining wall on the part of the Han River, but this could feel like the retaining wall is more of a blockage or something very obstructive. Could it be changed into a more open structure? The edge girder is right now sloped, which is not the same direction of the extrusion. So can you use other method than extrusion for the girders? You said extrusion. Are you talking about the girder launch? Yes. The report that we submitted has this in detail. The why we proposed the extrusion method is because of construction time. And the steel beams will be connected, and we thought that we will send it by using certain techniques, but we could use cranes instead of extrusion. But the reason why we suggested extrusion is because we thought that we could get enough space to make this feasible. This shows that there's enough space toward the cultural facilities for us to work on this. There's also space towards the Riverside Park that will allow us to work on this as well. So there's ample working space for this technique to be used. Whether we thought about something else than that retaining wall, We thought that there could be different possibilities, but there's the issue of noise from the Olympic Express. We wanted to block the park from this noise. That's why we planned a wall. We wanted the park to be cut off from the noise, and we wanted people to feel very safe and comfortable in the park. What was the third question? Oh, the edge girder. The edge girder will have canopies. After the edge girders are installed and you have the beams in place and the PC plates, then the canopy will be installed. There will be a safety block built along the edge, because this is important to protect the people from the traffic below. After that safety wall is constructed, we will be then doing soldering of the canopy, which will be a very safe way to construct.
Are you ready? You may start. Good morning. I would like to greet you on behalf of Architect Office Lyon, Local Design Studio Vulcan. I would like to say hello to you on behalf of all the experts who worked with us. We entered this contest with special affection and sense of responsibility for the Han River. Not only is Han River a big part of our daily lives, but we also have experience carrying out the Han River Access Environmental Improvement Project for an access road to the Han River for about 5 years, since 2007. At the time, it was a project to improve or construct about 30 interchanges that were access roads to the Han River, and it served as an opportunity to reinterpret the pedestrian tunnels, which were indistinguishable from the existing sewer tunnel structure, as a location. Since then, we have consistently supported the changes in the Han River, in particular the gradual restoration of the natural nature of the Han River. Therefore, we recognize the covered park concept of overpass rather than underpass as a new type of park interchange that has evolved along with the development. While minimizing the rate of additional park facilities, we are actively utilizing the remaining natural elements on the land. The history of the Han River is the history of Seoul. Changes over a long period of time have left numerous layers on this land, and the various layers of the Han River, Hangang Citizens Park, Olympic Expressway, Green Buffer Zone, and apartment complexes have created a unique access and flow between the Han River and the city center. This is a comparison of the natural ground that gave us great inspiration. The appearance of Banpo-Hangang apartments in the 1970s and the natural area that is left to us for the time being is shown in black. Before planning, our approach was to consider how we can take care of the remaining land, identifying the trees and natural elements on site that make up the deep-rooted stratum, imagining an environment in which deep-rooted trees can grow. Our planning concept respects the multi-layered land. The lowest located Han River, Hangang Citizens Park at EL7, the up and down lines of Olympic Expressway, which rises and descends at 6 to 8 meters higher than the Citizens Park, and the buffer green space between the two roads running parallel to it, and the inland area. There are greens in the green buffer zone, and the building 108 remaining at EL15, the ground level of this site. In order to maintain and expand the natural ground and existing trees and trails as much as possible, an upper park called Tulpan floating field is planned by raising the alignment and slope of Olympic Expressway. This structure is composed of an arched elevation. Additionally, Building 108 will become secret garden with 2 floors lowered by the park level mounted to match the pedestrian access level of the new apartment complex, which will be raised approximately 6 meters from the current ground level. As a result, from Banpo-ro, as you walk a distance of about 400 meters towards the Han River, you will gradually climb 7 meters, minimizing the difference in level with the covered park. Thus, the park is connected by organic trails and paths that rise and fall gently, and the 4-meter level difference around the cover naturally leads to various types of vertical movement lines. This is our landscaping concept from Banpo-ro. We have the in-between garden between 2 apartment complexes, vegetable garden where neighbors meet and communicate, forest garden with large trees, secret garden where Building 108 is reinterpreted, and floating field in the upper part of Olympic Expressway all come together to form one large park extending all the way to the Han River. This is the park's circulation system that connects the multi-level gardens. Broadly speaking, there is an organic walking path in the garden connecting the north and south, and a green buffer walking trail connecting the east and west. The forest garden fills the gap between the two. The paths connect the bushes. In between gardens walking trail is a natural gathering of existing and newly built secondary entrances to apartment complexes on both sides, leading to the Han River. Above the floating field, in the grassland between the main routes that go straight to the Han River, a walking trail made of rocks and pebbles leads to every corner. And you can see that there are many trails with many rocks and pebbles. The 4-meter level difference on the residential side of the covered park and the 15-meter level difference on the Han River side are connected and distributed to the park by 2 pedestrian bridges, 2 ramps, and 7 vertical circulation lines. This is a plan for grass, wildflowers, and trees. In pursuit of biodiversity, planting is broadly divided into trees that form a lush forest on natural ground and trees that will grow on artificial ground in the shallow floating field. In the forest, to revive the memory of the land, trees such as metasequoia, larches, maples, magnolia, and earring trees are planted, along with shrubs of various heights. The floating field, Tulpan, is differentiated from the forest, imagining the scenery of grassland gently swaying in the wind of the Han River. We would like to create shade with various grasses as main axis with the multi-seasons trees. In essence, different natural and artificial ground sections propose a differentiated and colorful landscape. Through gentle mounding, we are able to gradually overcome the level difference. The forest will mainly consist of tall trees, and we will plant somewhat low plantings in the canopy to create a natural green skyline. The plan in this way creates a flow composed of healthy blood vessels and capillaries, and naturally connects and spreads with the gardens of surrounded residential complexes, becoming a healthy source of oxygen for the area. The park in the inland has a deep forest landscape, and the secret garden, reconstructed by emptying out Building 108, is a green courtyard with cultural facilities. The upper part of Olympic Expressway is a grassland field and the only area along the Han River that follows the east-west flow of Hangang River and the Olympic Expressway. While heading towards the Han River along the forest paths, this is what the in-between garden looks like. You can also walk on the bare ground between tall trees and bushes in the forest garden, where there are program spaces such as barefoot walking, an ecological playground in the forest, and a meditation platform. A forest garden with chirping birds and the healthy laughter of children, an ecological playground in the garden. This is how Building 108 and the park will look like on a daily basis, which is the medium of the multi-story park and the courtyard of the cultural space. And this is the layout showing the horizontal vertical movements. When you pass through the in-between garden and the forest garden and arrive at level 21, you can access the secret garden and cultural facilities located 6 meters below through 3 staircases through Building 108. And if you go up from here, you can access floating field, and a pedestrian bridge is planned on the right axis as an extension of the main pedestrian line within the apartment complex that connects Banpo Stream and Sarai Village. The field, divided into two, is slightly slanted to the left and right and is placed in a position to accommodate the necessary access routes as much as possible and minimize the difference in level with the riversides. Not many people would deny that Building 108, which was the only building left after the demolition of Banpo-Jugon Complex 1, is a legacy of Korea's communal housing culture. Nevertheless, if the remaining Building 108 impacts an individual's view of the Han River, we acknowledge that this cannot be overlooked. Accordingly, while considering the harmonious coexistence of public and private areas, we set up areas for preservation and demolition through a simulation of the view of each floor of the apartment. By preserving the entire floor to the minimum for the park's vertical circulation and preserving only the lower two floors, leaving only the pillars and beams, we propose a solution that adapts to change rather than a buried heritage. Building 108, which has become a public garden, becomes a courtyard for cultural facilities. At the new entry level, which has been raised to match the pedestrian access level of the new residential complex, you can freely enter and exit through Building 108 into the garden and fields. This is a layout of the cultural facilities of Building 108. And you can see that it has been raised by 6 meters. And there is a park, and the small void is a park, and the other void is a surface, will be the entrance from Olympic Expressway. And you can see that there will be seminar facilities. And you can see that visually it is connected, and the users, citizens, can really experience the history. And we will be using the remaining wall, and so they will be able to, the users will be able to experience this. And you can see that many people can actually use this to read books and make use of the cafe. This is the entrance. And you can see that this is the exhibition. Permanent exhibition hall open to the courtyard, and you can relax at the book cafe across the street enjoying this secret garden. And the independently planned cafes can operate in the evening separately from the operating hours of the exhibition hall. This is a cross-section of Building 108, which has become a sunken building. Behind, you can see a buffer green trail, a gentle ramp entering the covered section of the floating field, and a number of vertical movement lines connected to this building. This is a cross-section showing the relationship between the canopy park extending beyond the buffer green area and the Han Riverside. The two cover structures planned along the height difference between the up and down lines of Olympic Expressway minimize the level difference that must be overcome with the Han Riverside and preserve the natural ground in the space between the two covers, creating a buffer green area extending from the east-west axis that extends from afar. The lower part of the section covered by Olympic Expressway is planned to have an open arch-shaped facade to provide a comfortable environment with natural ventilation, natural lighting. Only the facade on the residential side is blocked with glass, so the covering structure itself becomes a soundproof wall. In addition, a flood clearance of 4 meters was secured for the cover in accordance with river design standards, and a span length of more than 20 meters was applied. For the Hangang River Citizen Park, a minimal structure was designed to prevent the rise of the water level of the Hangang River and to prevent damage from the rapid flow of water when the Hangang River floods. The cover structure is 15-block ramen structure system planned for a 21-meter span on both sides of Olympic Expressway. This was planned to shorten the road occupancy period as much as possible through simultaneous construction for each block. The substructure uses a single cast-in-place pile that does not require an expanded foundation to minimize the occupied area and secure natural ground, and the superstructure uses box-type girders to minimize the height of the structure. In addition, launch trusses were used during the construction of the superstructure to prevent occupancy of the lower road. The arch-shaped continuous wall, which allows efficient load induction, provides a view of the Han River. This is the upper part of the cover structure, the floating field. The difference between the two covers provides a site-specific differentiated location, and floating field is a park that connects to the many programs and events already provided along the Han River and aims to provide a calm place that takes into consideration nearby residences. And here, the citizens can take a quiet walk, rest, meditate, or while looking at the sky, look at mountains and also the Han River. And as you pass the floating field, this you can see is the interchange section where elevators, stairs, and gentle ramps, which are vertical movement lines that pass through the field, come down to the Han River, meet at one place from the east and west. And here the citizens can rest. These are the multi-story parks and connected circulation lines that become clear through the night view. The structures follow the unique memories and flows of this land, and the city and nature are connected through links inserted only where necessary, like needles. Through the proposed forest and multi-layered green infrastructure, we aim to provide an ecological landscape that is considerate of nearby residents, citizens, passing vehicles, and all living creatures. Lastly, I will show you the summarized video and conclude the presentation. Thank you. We actually provided the short version of the video, but I think you just turned on the longer version. So I think with that, we will end the presentation. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you for your presentation. I think there will be 6 different presentations today, and I think this is a very unique approach that you have taken. And in some cases, for the Olympic Expressway, to go over the expressway, there are those who want to build a large and wide structure to go over the Olympic Expressway. But your team, you say that you will go, I think this is how you expressed it. You said that you will bring up the Olympic Expressway and make that into a field, a floating field. And then actually you will be using 2 limited routes. Limiting 2 routes to actually enter into the park. So I'm thinking, isn't that too limited space to enter into the park? And also bringing up, elevating the Olympic Expressway itself. What value does that bring? What was the philosophy behind that? And also, what we asked you for the first round was we want you to encompass various programs. And I think that you are still keeping with the floating field concept. So maybe you could elaborate on that part as well. Yes, for the programs, actually, in our opinion, there are many events and programs that go on currently. And also for Banpo Bridge, there are many programs that are occurring currently as well. So we thought of the characteristic of the fact that this is very close to residential areas. So we didn't want to really have a lot of people have a busy area. So rather than focusing on various programs, we wanted to focus on a serene location. That was our approach. And then for the Olympic Expressway and elevating the expressway, on that, when we look at the Olympic Expressway, what we overlook is the fact that there is a buffer green to it. And that buffer green is part of the infrastructure, is what we thought. And we really looked at the value and how valuable the natural land is. And also we have to think of the river level as well. And we wanted to connect that naturally. And also in the covered park, we thought of various citizens using this and having various experiences. There can be people who want to go fast, then it has to be a vertical movement. So through the cultural facility of Building 108, the person who wants to move past can go vertically in a straight line. And then there can be people who want to walk slowly through a trail, enjoying the nature, and take a slow walk. And also in between there will be beaches, benches and places where people can take a rest. So we told you that we actually made this like the arteries. So all of these arteries coming together. And Professor Nam, you have a question? If you want to add on, please add on. No, you can ask your question first. For the first round, I think that of the 6 presentations, your proposal is quite unique, and I think your attitude also is quite unique. You talked about the roots in the ground. That was very impressive. And I think as I was listening to your presentation, you were talking about the natural land. And I think I was able to gain a deeper understanding of your proposal through today's presentation. And you elevate the Olympic Expressway. And through that, you are able to guard the green buffer. And I think it has a very declarative meaning. And for the first round, we asked for an architectural proposal. And surrounding Building 108, you have located many facilities. And on the architectural side, I think there are many positive facilities. But the fact that you are able to guard the green buffer, I think it just remains as a declarative, just holds declarative meaning. And you are using the natural land on the park, but because it's a covered park, the cover part, because you want to make a very narrow pathway, I think there are some realistic issues, for example, noise, and also because of the small space, the large space, actually, it is cut off from the large space. So maybe you could talk about these elements. Yes, as you mentioned, there is this declarative meaning that it holds, but the field have different heights. What is most difficult for us is when we arrive at the Han River, and we want to minimize the height gap between Han River Park and the Citizens Park and also the covered park. So how can we make that gradual? So we wanted to actually bridge that gap. And so the covered park, compared to inland, is 3 meters lower. So that's the distinction. And that is how we have overcome that 3-meter gap, the 1-story gap. And as was mentioned, from Shinbanpo, as you gradually arrive at Han River, if you just go up one story, then you can arrive at the covered park. You may think that, are there not enough points to go up to the covered park? We have a separate ramp, we have elevators, we have separate stairways as well. So we think it's a very natural way of going up, and we have what is necessary. And also because the cultural facilities go underground, it does take up quite a lot of space. But we think through this, we were able to enable the different cultural facilities. And we say here that we want to encompass memory. So in Building 108, it was a residential building, but now it will become, it will be reborn and reused as a cultural facility in this park. So that was the situation that we wanted to create. No other questions?
Two quick observations. I loved your presentation, and I have to say, I would love to go to this place. I think it's a beautiful place. Two maybe obscure points. One, I think your proposal is one of the few that I've seen that takes into account the citizens who are driving. Because I can imagine driving through on the freeway and really enjoying it. I don't like traffic, jams, but in yours, maybe I would be happy if I were stuck there, under there, because it's so beautiful to look up and see. That's one point. I think the other point is, I think you've really brilliantly handled the 108 building issue. I think you've done it in such a way that it's very subtle. But it's also almost archaic. It's almost, it feels almost as though it comes from many centuries before. So it's both a figure for the existing or the pre-existing housing, but it also has a very ancient feel. It has a very primordial feel. So on those two small points alone, I think you've done something really special. Thank you.
Could I add to your comments? Thank you for your comment and question. I think the experience of collaborating with engineers and landscape architects and many other fields, that we feel that architects' role is also as part of the mediator, also to coordinate, and then in that spirit of collaboration. So in that sense, I think we also had to look at the infrastructural issues very closely and closely work with the engineers.
제가 추가로 비슷한 질문을
And I would like to ask you a similar question. Thank you for the presentation. And especially, I think the secret garden itself, the fact that it really integrates with the existing building is impressive. I follow the opinion of Professor Spinks. If you think of connectivity from Shinbanpo to river to Han River to Shinbanpo, you just focus on that. But in Hedwick and in its projects, Little Island or Highland, why we are interested in these is because the trees are in strange places. It's on top of concrete, it's on top of the railroad, and so it holds this symbolic value, and sometimes it feels quite surreal. Here, actually, in many cases, the people who look at this, there are people who not only use the park, but there are tens of thousands of people who will look at this who are driving from the expressway. So it's very important to show this connectivity visually. I don't know why, but in some places you said you will be using, I think because of rendering issues, you will be using glass for soundproof walls. And I think the concrete walls, if it's too high, you will only see the top of the trees. Or if there are elevators and stairways together, you use very thick concrete walls. Why is that? Is it because brutalism or is it because of rendering issues? So could you explain on that side? For the Han River, riverside, having a brutal image, the Han River is, as you know, if you go now, it's very beautiful. It's very green. And we thought it could serve as a backdrop for that. So we don't add things on to the very necessary elements. So we thought, would this be okay? But our conclusion was that it was a very frank and candid project. So we thought that was okay. And what we wanted to mention was when it comes to a cover is something that we use. I think it has the nuance of hiding something. So as we were working on this covered park, we wanted to make it a new interchange or entrance. So we wanted to be together with all the elements. So we wanted to follow the Olympic Expressway. And here, nothing can be overlooked. We wanted to save and really use everything. And also, the reason that we went more brute was because if we look at Han River for the 4 seasons, in winter, there are the trees that don't have leaves. But then in summertime, everything is covered in green. So we wanted to use this as a backdrop to serve as a backdrop and be a rough backdrop so that it can serve the different changes in the seasons. And then for the interchange, so-called interchange, as time goes by, we wanted to have a timeless element in place. So we wanted to actually have this arch-type structure. And we wanted to have this aesthetic remain as part of this arch-type structure. I would like to ask a question. You say 2 fields. There's the 2 fields, upper field, lower field, with a 3-meter gap, height gap between the 2. How will the disabled access this? From this point to the other point here, this 3-meter gap from here to here, there is another gap, a height gap. So gradually it goes down and then it goes down a little bit. So there is this, it's a slanted field. So that is how we overcome this. So the field is slanted, you're saying. So what I thought was the greenery between that, it's only 7 meters. So if the structure comes in from both sides, I don't think there will be much that will remain. But then, is it possible to have this greenery? Will light come in? Shouldn't everything just be combined? Maybe then the field would have been larger. I'm thinking you probably went through this thought process as well. Yes, we went on site also to take a look at this. We went actually many times, multiple times to visit. And our conclusion was to have for the remaining 7 meters, we made this proposal. We will explain this. And because everything is open, there is ample ventilation. So we think that will be all right. So compared to the initial proposal, we shifted the field slightly. So the buffer green is not in there on the end sides. So structurally, there will be no issue. I would like to ask a question. The Olympic Expressway, you said you wanted to also incorporate the Olympic Expressway. That was impressive. And I think that actually really was what I was impressed with. For the buffer green, what are you thinking of the noise that can occur from the buffer green? Are you thinking of the glass wall here too? And the secret garden concept was quite a refreshing idea, I think. And the overall approach that you take, having these trails and having these trails for this serene area, having an area of relaxation, I think it will make this distinction amongst the other Han River parks. And also it is quite near to the residential areas, as you mentioned. So in your approach, there is this access where you go towards the river park. So the level is 21 meters. And when you approach it from that side, for the 22 meters, can you solve this issue with all ramps? Or do you have to access through elevators or stairs? So I was a little confused on that side. So here, this is level 21. And once you arrive at level 21, you go through the building and you go past building 108. There are 2 elevators and stairs. And so there were 3 existing staircases in 108, and one becomes one of the staircases. And these 2 just go downward. And this staircase goes up as well. So from here, you can go up 1 story, 1 level, and you can go through this bridge. And also you can access through the elevator as well. And then from level 21, if you go straight from the outside, there is a stairway that you can access. So for the buffer green, the trail that goes through the buffer green, it goes up, and then you can go up this way as well. So without using 108, you can use the stairway or the ramp. But if you use 108, you can use 2 elevators or the stairs. And that is how it is connected. And then for the riverside area, you can use the ramp to go down, and it meets with the stairs and you arrive here. And then there are elevators and stairs here as well. So there will be a small plaza here, so where all the trails will meet. And although we didn't talk about this, what is important here is you probably have seen this. There is quite a high wall here. We thought, what can we do about this? And if you look at this wall naturally from this height will meet with our ramp. And so naturally, that is how it meets. And the existing elements really connects naturally with our project. We have question to ask, just one question. Professor Choi Young-ju, thank you for your presentation. And I was able to understand more about your project through your presentation. I would like to take a different perspective. Personally, the feeling that I get from your garden is quite positive. But we use the brute concrete that you use. And I think you have this unique color to your project. And I'm thinking that you really thought about this when you came up with this. So I would like to hear about the overall ambience that you are trying to create. Because you use, I think, Building 108 like an entrance. So I think for the Han River, I would like to ask you, what do you think, what kind of garden should this be for the Han River? So we worked with Studio Vulcan, Lucas from Studio Vulcan for the landscaping. So for the landscaping part, we really collaborated extensively, and that is where we got our inspiration from. And having this brutal concept, working with the citizens is what we thought about. But Building 108 actually was built when concrete was actually first, I think, developed. So it has that material substance to it. So we really wanted to make use of this material, the architectural language of the times. So that's what we wanted to preserve. And also we wanted to integrate that with the new elements. So we wanted to make this into a new space. With that, we would like to end this session. Thank you.
This finishes the first part, where there are 3 presentations. We'll have a short break and start the second part. There are sandwiches and beverage on the back side of the room. Please enjoy during the short break. If you take your seats by 12:15, we'll start the second session. We're missing 2 jury members, and we will start as soon as they arrive. We will now start the 4th presentation. Ms. Kim Young-mi, please take over. Yes, since Professor Kim has arrived, we will start with the presentation. The 4th presentation, please go ahead.
Everybody, my name is Robert Greenwood. I'm a partner at Snøhetta. My pleasure to be here today. We thank you very much. I thank you, but our team, on behalf of our team from Snøhetta, thank you very much for the opportunity to be here to present what a most exciting project on the banks of the Han River. Now, we call our project Banpo Ecological Playscape. You know, these parks, these public spaces, they're all about people. They're all about how we use the spaces. A park is only interesting when you start to use it and fill it with people. It's the people and the life that the people bring that make the space come to life and become an important part of our public realm. Hence the word playscape. So our starting point really goes back 2 generations to the enormous public life that happened on the banks of this river. In the winter, in the summer, a place that was full of people. Old people, young people, families, every sort of person playing. We all play, even us old people, we also play. And why is that possible? It was possible because the banks of the river where this floodplain, this continuously changing floodplain, allowing the life of the citizens to go on the edge of this ever-changing riverbank. With the infrastructure, with the roads, with the urbanity that came, we lost that. The bank became fixed and frozen. We lost that public space. We want to bring back that opportunity, reconnect to the city itself, reconnect with a new ecological connector, a new place to celebrate the public life on the edge of the Han River. And to once again bring back this joy of being in nature, this joy of being by the river, the views to the bridges, the views across the river, up the river and down the river, a place to connect families together, people together, old together, young together, but also, of course, to connect the city to the river and to once again reenact the spirit of the land and bring joy and play to this place. As a design strategy, we have three very clear components, three very clear elements. One, the natural landform. Two, this triangular, geometrical, man-made platform spans the river and brings you out to celebrate being on the banks of the Han River. Finally, the connective thread, this ribbon that brings you all the way through the park from its start of the station down to the banks of the water itself. We'll go through these one by one. The natural landform is really important to us. It's using the earth, the ground, to create a new land, a land where we can have deep trees, deep soil, big trees. It's also, we think, a very important blue connector. This is one of the tributaries to the river. If you go back those 2 generations to when we could play on the banks of the river, Seoul was full of many, many, many tributaries. We've lost them. And that's partly why we have the flood problems we have today. This is part of that network that we need to rebuild across the city. It's a big catchment area in the Gangnam catchment area. This is the important connector to the river itself. It's also a green connector. These green fingers that run through the city, the forest, the trails, they have their starting point at the Banpo Park. So this ground plane, this morphology, very important to us to work with the levels that we find on the site. It connects to the existing levels both to the west and to the east, to the old and the new apartment buildings seamlessly. We have decided to remove the structure of the 108, not to take it away, but to remove the structure and to leave it as a monument in its natural setting. It connects to the exhibition areas that I'll talk about later. We think this is a worthwhile celebration of the past without maintaining the structure. We want indeed to maximize the views from the apartments to the river. This is how we can do that. The levels are also important in terms of the water management, the water collection, using a variable water channel. In times of high rain, this will rise. It will flood, but we manage that flood. And we take care of the water either out to the river or back to the city systems. And of course, the landform is the opportunity to introduce big trees, large elements of greenery, deep soil. We want this to be a varied landscape that really takes you through the journey through the park. There's an existing ginkgo forest park, keeping that, introducing fruit trees, and then introducing large trees along the east-west mound. And then in the water channel itself, a different sort of landscape. This is a landscape that needs to cope with the varying levels of the water, a wetland landscape. The heights are important. They connect both east and west. They connect to the existing situation. If we move to the triangular platform, this is the bridge. This is the man-made geometrical element. We're not trying to be a natural landform. We're trying to celebrate the crossing of the expressway. It's triangular because the apex of the triangle buries deep into the park. The broad end of the triangle opens up east-west and all the way across the river bank. On this bridge, on this triangular connector, we have the main functions. The cultural facilities buried underneath and partly above, the performance terrace and the observation deck. We're taking use of the varying height of the two laneways to push down the performance terrace, making this the lower point, pushing down our platform, coming as low as we can to more easily connect to the river park beyond. For the observation deck, we of course do the opposite. We want to push up. We want to get as high as we can to maximize the views, west, east, and north, across the whole drama of the river. And then in the center, we push down to create a sunken courtyard, this mirror pool that connects to the cultural facilities which we build underneath the connector. Then we want to move to the connecting thread, our third element. This is a ribbon. It takes you through the journey, through the park, across the road, and then down to the river. It's not necessarily a continuous route. You don't have to follow the ribbon. You can come off the ribbon in various places. We make it a flexible, bendable element. As we make bends in the ribbon, we connect into the landscape to the west and to the east. We also extend out to make viewpoints to the wetland park, viewpoints to, obviously, the 108 Heritage Park, and, of course, viewpoints out to the river. At times, this ribbon is embedded in the landscape. It's flush with the landscape. At times, it's elevated, giving you the views. Making the viewpoints, making the hubs. You don't have to walk on the yellow connector. You can walk through the woodlands and you can connect to it at varying different points. It also has varying widths. It starts off wide at the plaza. It has these connecting points and these hubs along its length, making shelters, resting places, gathering spaces. It's not just a pedestrian bridge. It interacts with the playscape on the connector, making slides you can jump through. We put the three together, and we have the forest park, the landform, the connector, and the thread. We'll take a walk through the journey, looking at some of the zones and connections that we meet. We clearly want to make a park for the residents, for the citizens, the young people, the old people. The journey can be either through the green park, through the wetland park, or on the connecting thread. It's for humans. We're making it absolutely accessible, so it's also for wheelchair users. And of course, it's also a biotope for the wildlife, the birds, and the insects who also want to connect. Starting at the entrance plaza, gradually going through the ginkgo forest, you leave the noise, the bustle of the city behind. You can start to hear the bird songs, the animals, the natural sounds of the forest, connecting through the wetlands, up across the connecting bridge, into the cultural facilities, over the road with the views back to the river and then down to the Riverside Park. We'll look at the wetland channel. It is on varying levels to allow the water to rise and sink at times of flood. The connecting thread, at times embedded, at times elevated to look down, give you views on the landscape. The cultural facilities are built in underneath the triangular connector on 2 levels, entering at the upper level or entering at the lower level from the sheltered mirror courtyard. These connect east and west out to the landscape on both sides, at the upper level to the 108 Memorial landscape, on the lower level out to the Wetlands River Park. We want to build in sustainability and particularly build in microclimates that make this usable at all times of the year, particularly sheltering from the northern winds, northwesterly winds in the winter, but opening for sunshine in the summertime and good shade, primarily from the natural elements, the trees of the landscape of the park itself. It will be, according to our calculations, carbon zero. And it will be a place to reconnect families and to play. 3 basic levels, the upper level stepping down towards the river for the lower part and then lifting up for the observation deck. Play, performance, observation. Many routes through here. We don't try and dictate how you move through this. It's very many possibilities. And of course, the kids will find their own ways to move through here on slides and tunnels. It's accessible for wheelchairs. We don't make it as one long ramp. We have stops for view, rest, and gathering. It's 3-dimensional with covered and open areas. The structure we try to keep as simple as possible. There are, of course, 2 parts to it across the 2 highways with the central piers in the middle, and then a more densified column structure to the riverside, which gives us the opportunity to plant large trees on top of this surface. We use the depth of the beams for the deeper soil, giving us a good soil depth for trees and bushes. We've looked at various solutions for the structure. Our primary solution would be precast beams, but we've also looked at the possibility of doing it as an in-situ structure should craneage not be possible on the riverbank side. Important that it works also from the riverbank park, the underside being reflective and sound absorbent, so that the sound from the road is not reflected back down to the park, but absorbed in the underbelly of the structure.
시간이 됐습니다.
Thank you.
네.
Thank you very much.
네, 질문을 받겠습니다.
We'll now take questions.
Wonderful presentation. Really appreciate your detailed explanation. One question I have is, you expect the yellow ribbon, and what kind of it's probably wide enough, it's not just pathway. What kind of events or activities, you expect to happen around there? Another issue is at the end, right before the landing, the ribbon cross street. Is it clearance is all right? I'm curious about that part. It says 13 and 9 meters, 4 meter difference, but that includes the crossing itself, which got to be ramped.
Okay, I think we'll just speak a little bit about what can happen on the connecting thread. As I said, it's not a linear bridge. It is full of turns, it is full of widenings, it is full of events and stopping places, more informal resting, gathering, sheltering. And it does then connect to the larger spaces, both in the natural park, but also on the bridge park. Wayne, maybe you want to explain about how we cross the road, at least.
Do you mean causing the bicycle path?
Yeah, like that's actually...
At the front, we make sure the clearance is enough before reaching the entrance level. The entrance paths are at the triangle path, and we are aware that the length of the path may be too long, so we have some resting point to ensure this is a diversified journey. Yeah.
Maybe just to add a bit of that, we also think the educational aspect of it is very important. As the children or even the neighborhood, as they walk through the path, there are areas where they will highlight the birdhouses or insect houses and just different education of the biodiversity that we're going to bring back.
네. 천장환 교수님 질문.
Yes, Professor Chun, do you have a question?
Well,
Yes, I have two questions. The view from Hangang River and the view of the pier appears to be very beautiful, but I wonder if you need so many structures. If you follow the yellow pathway, you can experience many different activities. There are resting places. But it does seem to be forcing you to travel in one direction, and you can't kind of divert your path to somewhere else. You need to travel on and on in one direction. Can you explain a little bit more about that idea?
It becomes a linear bridge that forces you to move in one direction. As I said, it does connect both to the natural landscape form, places in the park. You can leave the yellow trail and walk through the greenery and meet it again later. As you cross the triangular park, again, you can walk in many different ways. You're not forced to follow the connecting thread. Yes, as we ramp down to the river, it does become more linear.
Yeah, just by the river, the waterway that we're reintroducing, that is really the fast route. If you want to, not take this meandering path, you can actually cycle or walk along the river that's on the south that will lead you to the existing tunnel, to the waterfront.
yeah, because we think this orange path, yellow path is actually a journey for you to experience different spaces, diversified spaces, nature and play elements. But if you want to make it fast, you can also take the route under the tunnel. We think this is a holistic traffic scheme for us. Yeah.
김세진 선생님.
Mr. Kim? Thank you for the presentation. As we saw in the presentation, the Acro River Park level is about 13.5 meters, and you have 3 levels on the platform. The highest place is 28.95 meter. That means there's about a 15-meter level difference. From what I see, Acro River Park is a residential area, and it will be a very high platform. Every country has a different sense of privacy. Have you thought about the privacy in this respect. Can you elaborate a little bit on the concept of privacy here?
Level of the residential? Is that the concern? Yeah, yeah. So the observation deck is actually the furthest point from the residential area. It's very close. It's actually at the Hangang Park. And we actually have a lot of vegetation, as you can see, that's planted around. We think that this will really actually, on eye level, will mitigate that issue with privacy. Yeah, but while we still celebrate and maximize the views to the Hangang.
Obviously, to cross the road, we don't need to go up to the observation deck height. We don't need to go to the 29. We rather stay on the 23. Yeah.
And considering the planting, we have a forest buffer between the observation deck to the residential area, I think.
I have a question. Excuse me. A beautiful presentation. I have a question about the yellow ribbon. I really liked very much the way you presented the three systems, very clear. But I wonder, the yellow ribbon is, of course, a circulation path, but it's very yellow and it's very prominent, and it's visually meant to do something more simply than articulate a circulation path. It reminds me a lot of the ZUS project in Rotterdam. I don't know if you know that project. So maybe I would ask the obvious question, why is it yellow and why is it so prominently featured in the project?
Well, I leave that to Emily to answer, but I think a sharp color, a bright color, it contrasts with the nature around us. It is a path, it's not the only path, but the color is not exactly arbitrary.
So we actually went through many different colors, and I think something about iconicity, making this really a landmark that you really, whenever you come, you remember, okay, the yellow is an imprint in your mind. But the other aspect was also just looking at the cultural meaning and we did some research, and actually it represents fertility and also just the ground and the earth. And we thought this is also quite a good reference. But then also looking in color psychology, yellow actually represents happiness and joy. And this is a memory that we wanted to ensure that whoever comes, this is something that it would evoke. But of course, we're not tied to yellow. If we do continue this conversation, this is something we can discuss. There was also a contextual aspect. Near the Solway Island, there are the canola flowers that bloom every spring. And this was also kind of a response to that. Yeah.
발표 잘 들었습니다.
Thank you for the presentation. I'm curious to know,
내용도 그렇고 이제 보고서
in the presentation as well as in the report,
시공 전체적으로
you say that the construction process as a whole
교통에 대해서 어떻게 좀 통제하고
takes into consideration traffic flow. But can you repeat that? Can you reiterate that a little bit?
Our primary solution for the structure is a precast solution. We know there are some discussions about whether we can have craneage on both sides of the river. We do actually believe that is possible. Should it not be possible, we would need to go to a more conventional cast in situ solution. But with a precast solution, we would want to primarily hold the road open as we lift the beams into place.
Yeah, thank you very much. It was a very enjoyable presentation, and I liked how the three elements were contrasting, but also how it went very well together. The yellow path and the natural topography, the plants, the planting, all blend well, and based on the mirror surface underneath the platform will reflect all of that. That platform looks like a landmark, and it looks like a very important part. I wonder what sort of materials are going to be used. Can you add a little bit more explanation on the materials that you are intending to use?
Element. We want it to be seen from across the river, from afar, as a clear landmark. That's true. So the underside is very important. The top side is, of course, the park. The underside is equally important. It's what you drive under, it's what you walk under. But we do want it to have a characteristic form, a characteristic shape, a shape you will recognize and not forget. It is, as I said, a sound absorber. We know there's a lot of sound from the road, so we want the underbelly of the park to absorb that sound, not reflect it back to the road, not reflect it back to the park. So we're going to be using a perforated, in this case, a perforated steel cladding. So it is both shiny and bright. We want it to reflect the light, but it is perforated with absorbance behind to reflect the absorb the sound from the cars. By giving it this metallic finish, it also reflects the color of the park below, reflects the seasons, the autumn, the spring, and the winter. So it'll pick up the color. Sometimes it'll pick up the color of the yellow flowers on the riverbank. Other times it would be the snow on the ground. But yes, reflective, but acoustically absorbent.
I realize we also missed the question that the professor asked earlier about the columns at the front. We also did a study after the question came on reducing the number of columns. This is also just to deal with the limiting the resistance when there are flood events. So there is an option where we do reduce the number of columns. That's just to answer the earlier question. Yeah.
네, 잘 들었습니다.
Thank you
전체적인
for the
사이트
presentation.
플랜이
As
어떻게
a whole,
보면은
the site plan
108동을 이렇게
in some
살짝
ways
비껴가지고
kind of
배치가 되어 있는 느낌이 들어서 108동에 대한 어떤 의식을 많이
putting
하셨을 것
108
같기도
on the
한데
side. I'm sure you
108동에
were
대한
aware
제안은
of
지금
building 108.
1층
The
플로어만
proposal
남기고
on 108 is just
상부
leaving the
구조물들은 다
first
철거를
floor
하는 걸로
and
제안을 하신 것
demolishing
같아요.
the upper
그래서
part.
108동 위치를 비껴서
So you're going
사이트 플랜이
around, if you
되면서
go
그렇게
around
하시는
108
게 이제
and
좀
create a
독특하다라는
site
생각도
plan,
들어서
it becomes
그
a
부분에
little bit
대해서 좀
unique.
설명을 듣고
That's a
싶습니다.
little bit different. Can you talk a little bit more on this plan?
Yeah, we think the 108 is a very important kind of typology to be celebrated. But at the same time, it was in a location that was in front of the residential area that potentially would block certain views. So we were, how do we kind of preserve the heritage and the memory of it without, causing issues for the current users? So we decided to preserve the ground level and make it actually a garden as part of the exhibition. We imagine that it could actually be relived through the digital, through VR. So as part of the park exhibition, you can actually be wearing your goggles and actually see it. I think another aspect was also just requiring the maintenance. We thought there would be quite a lot of maintenance needed to kind of maintain this area and actually reuse it if we were to keep large parts of it. So we decided that actually we'll keep the memory, and we thought keeping the foundation is good.
Any other questions?
네, 그 평면상으로 봤을 때
The
서로
layout, looking at
단차가 엘리베이션 차이가
the floor plan,
5m 이상 나는
the
걸로
elevation difference, level difference seems to be more than 5 meters. Considering the level difference, did you consider the structural planning as well? If you look at the lower part, is there cladding there, or is it structurally curved?
About the triangular platform and the structure below that. Yeah, maybe this actually does answer your question. The big curve, the big underbelly, is to the riverside, to the north, less curved on the south. It's something that builds up, it flows out towards the river. Yeah?
저는 간단한
I'd like to ask a simple question. A while ago, I think you explained this partially. Compared to other countries, we see that the riverbank is often flooded and immersed in water during the summer. So sometimes the beams on the bridges can be problems for the flooding river flows. So there's a strict regulations on these columns. Have you reviewed the local regulations on these beams in the river or besides the river?
Well, I think we have looked at the regulations for the beams, and we've looked at the expected flood levels and the expected freeboard that we would need to have for any structure above that. We believe a solution is workable. To detail the design of the structure, we do need to make a flood model. We do need to understand better the actual hydraulics and the actual forces that are involved, but we've tried to keep any beams or any bracing away from what we would call the safe freeboard above the maximum flood level.
In the beginning part, you said that the waterway or the ecological path and the vegetation was very important. You emphasized the importance of these elements. Then there was the triangular platform that goes on top of that and the connective thread. But the connective thread is so strong that means that I would like to hear a little bit more about the ecology. There's the activity called placekeeping and the ecological basis and that strong thread. How do these complement each other? And how do they relate to each other? Can you talk a little bit more on this?
I think, Wing, maybe you should talk about the ecology and the landscape. I would say I think the juxtaposition of the clearly man-made and the clearly natural is exciting, and I think something that we want to continue with. But Wing?
I think the major ecological function is based on the natural landform that I think it's important for us to introduce different types of landscape, different type of woodland. So if we have the diversified habitat, we will have the diversified biology. We will have an enhanced biodiversity because of the different types of vegetation. And we also introduce the waterway. This not only helping the flooding mitigation, but also introducing new species that want to stay in the water habitat. Yeah.
So I think we also really celebrate the use of different levels. This is what makes the site very special, the different levels, and the idea that this connective thread and also the journey that you choose to take goes up and down and through the forest. Sometimes you're under the canopy, sometimes you're over the canopy, sometimes you're at the water level. The idea really is for you to experience all of that when you come. And you hear the different sounds, you hear the water, you smell different flowers. Again, that is really about fostering good memories. Yeah.
So it's enhanced the three-dimensional experience for you to get into nature. Because if you don't see the nature, you will not love nature. Nature is not only about giving space for the animals, but for you to enjoy and really see the animals and love the animals. Yeah.
네. 시간이 됐습니다.
I think that our time is up. Thank you very much for the presentation.
안녕하세요.
네, 준비되셨어요?
네.
Are you ready?
네. 혼자 발표하십니까?
네.
Will you be the only
발표 시작해도
presenter?
되겠습니다.
네,
You may
안녕하세요.
start.
저
Good
펜타토닉 디자인
afternoon.
디렉터
I
오주영이라고
am
합니다.
오주영
저희는
from
비디오
Pentatonic
먼저
Designs.
감상하시고
I would like to show you a short
디테일하게
video
프레젠테이션으로
and
설명하도록
then
하겠습니다.
go into
비디오
the
영상
presentation.
재생 부탁드립니다.
Could you please play the video?
The essence of soul is in the flow of nature, in the flow of people, in the flow of culture. It is not defined by roads or buildings, but by the life that flows
잠깐만요.
through them.
이거 지금 영상이 안 틀어지고
We see an
소리만.
opportunity here in Banpo to create a confluence
이거
of these flows,
죄송한데 멈추어 주셔야 될 건데 앞에 내용이 안
to
나왔어요.
reconnect disconnections, to create a natural
그리고 시간도 리셋해 주셨으면 좋겠습니다. 죄송합니다.
The essence of soul is in the flow of nature, in the flow of people, in the flow of culture. It is not defined by roads or buildings, but by the life that flows through them. We see an opportunity here in Banpo to create a confluence of these flows, to reconnect disconnections, to create a natural confluence where urban and cultural currents merge. Like a riverside forest, the trees branch out to form one unified canopy. the river grows in the form of a park and weaves deeply into the city. The park steadily rises from the ground and opens its arms to embrace the river. The visitors walk through a forest trail, shielded off from the road, to reach an opening with magnificent views of the Han River. Inspired by the structures of nearby bridges, arches provide a familiar but efficient, iconic but sturdy solution. The main circulation is accessible to all, while the park and island are bound into one continuous loop. The park becomes an ecological corridor, supporting local biodiversity. The park transforms with the changing seasons. As flowers bloom and fade, diverse experiences also bloom and fade. Vehicles witness beautifully framed views of the river. Like winding rivers, the park weaves through the city. The existing residential block is reimagined as a pond. The connecting park is an overlay of several layers. These dynamic layers create an ever-changing scenery that deepens the connection between visitors and nature. Gently lifting visitors from the river to the city level, the park provides breathtaking views. It's not about simply building a park in the sky. It's about making one continuous plane, weaving the textures of Seoul into one seamless experience. It's about the journey of nature flowing through the city. It's about returning the river to the people of Seoul.
Thank you. Could you please show me the presentation file? Thank you. I would like to explain to you about flow. In our view, different from the Noodle Island project, the location is different. Noodle project is, it has a destination, like Thomas Hedwig mentioned. But our site, I think, is a connection point for flow. So I thought it should be designed differently from having a destination. So the strongest concept for this site, for us, was the flow. As you know very well, Seoul is connected by flows of various textures. The appearance of the four seasons is also the passage of time. And the development of Seoul, called the miracle of the Han River, is also a good example of maximizing the passage of time. Within this site, there are many different flows, and these multiple layers are not connected. They are separated and cut off. But with Hangang, we have this beautiful landscape, and the flow seeks to create synergy as part of the Han River connection, Han River Park. We want to express this as connection park rather than covered park. And when we think of connection, we think of connection as a continuous flow of experiences. So if you look at our site, unlike when understood two-dimensionally, the city and river are very three-dimensionally disconnected, so they do not create synergy. So we thought, what do we need to think of to have this natural connection from the city to the river, from the river to the city? And the most natural geometry, what would be the most natural geometry? We thought we needed to study its surroundings. As you can see, the Han River flows through the center of Seoul from east to west. And the connection that we want to propose is, because the site is on the Gangnam side, as you can see, as we mentioned in the previous slides, the intersection between these two streams form a delta if they are naturally connected to each other. And these views are connected based on the axis. And this connection park not only connects the city to the river, but I think it needs to also connect the river to the river. If you take a look at the cross-section, the Olympic Expressway, the Han River, and the parks, you can see that they all exist separately. So we thought, because there is already a lot of infrastructure built, we wanted to make it more three-dimensional so that we can actively really connect the river with the city. And this promenade will provide us with a new experience. And here is how we made the geometry. We wanted to have a continuous, an open space, a single plane where there is no barrier of entry. And here we looked at the feasibility of our project, and the park's footprint was optimized here. And the green network within the site, in our opinion, is from the entrance up until Seorae Island. And I think broadly we can think of all of the Han River parks. And that we think the community starts with the existing programs intertwining. So we think we can make these two communities and integrate them into one. And the landform of the connection park is very similar to how a delta is formed. It is through the sedimentation and also the erosion, and also through the flexibility and the various programs. And the various soil depths required for each type of planting are optimized according to the structure and nature of the space, giving a three-dimensional feel to the entire park. We borrowed the natural properties of the Han River and created a diverse aquatic ecosystem within the park. Each of these spaces is replaced with synesthetic forms such as sound, texture, and sight, and circulates within the park. The texture that pedestrians feel as they walk resembles the colorful and rich pedestrian paths around Hangang Park. Different floor coverings regulate the pace of the experience and help pedestrians actively enjoy the park. The park captures and condenses every moment of the time that can be felt along the Han River. The nature here does not stand still, but flows through time throughout the year, and we want to reflect that in this park. Through the three-dimensional arrangement of plantings, noise, pollution, and visual inconvenience from the road can be blocked, and the landscape as a walking path is naturally connected up until we reach the river. The newly created green network creates its own comfortable microclimate, providing users with a clear and refreshing environment. Additionally, irrigation facilities will be installed to help this ecosystem. The location of plantings and the type of floor pavement are optimized through analysis of noise, wind, and radiant heat using computer simulations. The different pocket spaces, each surrounded by greenery and partitioned on a comfortable scale, are flexible spaces that can be used in a variety of ways. The width of the park coming down from the connection park to the Han River is naturally replaced by a walking trail, providing another special place. And the path also can provide another venue. And And also, we can reconnect the flow of plants and animals that had been cut off due to urban infrastructure through ecological corridors. The ecological corridor is implemented as a palpable natural structure over an arch-shaped structure. We plan to overlap various layers according to the season so that you can enjoy a different view every time. And 24 hours, 365 days a year, this park can be utilized. As you can see, activities of different characteristics are organically intertwined to create a variety of experiences. The numerous ways to enjoy the park blend into one circular loop. Vertical movement lines were planned to be appropriately arranged and vertically connected to Hangang Park. Even citizens who do not experience the park directly encounter a different side of the park through its facade. Connection Park is part of the entire Han River bank. All the new functionalities that are added do not conflict against the existing features, and they all compensate each other. As I mentioned to you, we think of Sore Island as part of the Connection Park, and it lands at the Sore Island. And so whatever level you enter, it acts as a gateway. And the riverside also based, we brought in the elements from the Han River. All of the trees, when they come together to form a forest, we use this arch-type structure to make this. And through this structure, we are making this visual view. And also, because we think of construction, we are planning for structural optimization. And this is a view from the Olympic Expressway. We think that the view seen from the Olympic Expressway is very important as well. We made sure that the lower level does not come down too much. And so through simulations, we looked at the construction process to ensure feasibility, and the arch shape can be seen from the Han River. And the cars that go through the Olympic Expressway can really feel that they are going through a park through the canopy. Taking into consideration 108 as proposed in the guidelines, we, I think, have taken a different approach and interpretation. We actually thought of the meaning of Han River before we thought of the meaning of 108. And so we think that the residential space can be interpreted as a water space, and the common spaces are planned as circulation lines. And so we will also be planting a lot of trees to prevent the noise from coming in. And also the aesthetic of the arch shapes can provide a good visual view and visual effect from the inside and also from the outside. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Any questions? I think I will ask the first question. Yesterday we went through the technical review, and we actually deliberated extensively on this proposal. Of the 6 proposals, it is the most expensive because of the in situ construction. And also, when you go through the Olympic Expressway, we asked you, is it possible, would it be possible to actually do this without closing the Olympic Expressway? So I ask you for an answer on that. As you saw in the presentation, the bridge, the concept of the bridge itself is quite different from what you are used to. So because for the part that goes through the Olympic Expressway, we do not want to close off the Olympic Expressway. So architects and engineers came together to review this issue. And what we proposed is, of course, from the feasible point of view, is an arch. This arch, actually, from the floor plan, is something that spreads out to all directions. So how can we minimize this imbalance is what we looked at. And on top of the arch bridge, we will be using cables so that we can bring down the imbalance. And after we install the arch itself, we will be installing slabs, and we will only need to close off one lane of the Olympic Expressway. We will have a support framework, so while the arch slab is installed, we will make sure that we minimize traffic disruption. And what we are proposing here is the arch, because the shape and the form and size are not all regular. When we go into the construction phase, we can do precasting or cast in situ. So we will make sure that we will be efficient in casting and also bringing down the construction costs. I also have one more question regarding that. I think that is a very interesting way of casting. And the technique in itself is you need a temporary tower, you need a stay cable for that. And through the stay cable, you will maintain the balance. Especially on the Olympic Expressway, it will be quite a complex way of construction. So without the temporary tower, is there any way to go about this without the temporary tower? Is there any alternative that you can explain to us? Actually, when we looked through this, as was mentioned, the upper and lower connections are monolithic connections. So for the imbalance itself, it is quite tolerant. But the reason that we have this tower and cable in place is, of course, we have not done the validation at this point of time, but we think that we can control it with these two. One of the alternatives that we thought of was, instead of the tower and the cable, we can have an over gantry, and we can do spun by spun, is something that we actually reviewed. And so in the design phase, I think we can design and develop in more detail. Thank you for your answer. Any other questions? Yes, Professor Nam Son-taek. This design proposal is, to me, it actually has a big, holds a lot of existence, I think. So rather than responding to each of the contexts, I think you have something that is dominating. So that part is impressive. But on the other hand, as you mentioned in the presentation, the model is taken from a bridge. And I think the fact that you applied that is quite similar. And you said that this is not a covered park. You said it is a connection park. You declared that. Despite that, the program, since it is a park and a garden, at a certain moment, not only does it flow, but you also need to be able to stay there and rest and enjoy the park. I think that is why you have the High Line where you, of course, you can take walks, but there need to be some mechanisms where you can just stay put. And it seemed like line and lines were joined and intertwined, but at a certain moment, when it becomes a park, it also has to take on relationships with its surrounding. So the question that I would like to ask is, I do understand the big idea, but with the apartment complexes and the different situations, surrounding situations, how is this project responding to that? Could you please elaborate on that? Yes, first of all, the reason that we named this Connection Park, actually the title of this public contest is Connection Park, and so that's why we focused on that. And since we really focused on the flow, you talked about just being able to stay put, but within that flow, we think stay is encompassed. How fast, how slow you go according to that flow is, I think, an element of flowing. So based on flowing, when we came up with the design, we wanted to have a very low barrier of entry. And so we wanted to have something, a very simple plane. And people are so smart nowadays. So rather than we cannot control people with things. So in this single plane, if the single plane can actually digest unlimited possibilities, then we wanted to have this one surface, have a very detailed single surface. So some people will stay in the pocket space and carry out their individual activities. Or what we thought of was the view. From the city going to the Han River, you will be looking at the river. But at a moment in time, since it's a connection park, people will be walking with the Han River to their side. Then not only will the flow become unnatural, staying there can become ambiguous. So from the apartment to the Han River Park, we wanted many different planting in place to block the noise from the Olympic Expressway and also to provide a natural view. So that we wanted to have this parallel flow, and that was our strategy. So just flowing, just walking is not what we're thinking of. You can stay there, you can continue, you can walk, you can run, and if the need arises based on your personal time in the integrated structures, you can land directly on the Han River Park as well. If we take a look at this picture from Banpo-ro, we can see the flow continues to the center, and then you decide whether you will go left or right. And I think it shows a very clear spatial structure. So that is an advantage, I think. But with such a structure, you have a planting area where you will plant different kinds of trees. I do understand that, but because I think maybe it's because of this shape, but the location of the planting seems very regular. Is there actually a reason behind that? What was your intention? Yes, it is very symmetrical. It's not exact. But secondly, the reason that we have planting on both sides is what was mentioned by the prior team. We did a computer simulation. The Olympic Expressway actually does produce a lot of noise and wind. And what we wanted to do is we wanted to control this with the planting. And actually, when we ran the computer simulation, we saw that it had a good positive effect. And also, based on the view, from a person who is entering from the apartment complex side, suddenly, if the planting disappears, if there's no trees, if there are no trees in place, we thought that there would be a very busy view seen from the user. So we wanted to, through the planting, we wanted to really provide these paths that people can take through the planting. So that is what we considered, firstly. And secondly, regarding the structure, we wanted to have tall trees, and there were many things that we wanted to gain from these tall trees. So excluding the mound, we needed space for that soil depth. So in the triangles, these were the places where we could do the planting. And for the places where there are big structures, we could not plant the trees. So that is why this came out. Professor Spix?
The large open view of the river. Yeah, just a simple.
Give me a second.
No, the big view. Yeah. Yeah, that's good. Go back. Oh well, if you could stop. Oh, I'll ask anyway. You'll get there eventually. I think this is a very monumental and incredible project, and I enjoyed the presentation very much, and I love to look at it. I think it's beautiful. But one thing I think we've seen in we've seen, I think, three so far. We've seen three kinds of projects. Projects that were dominated by an object, projects that were dominated by ribbons or trails, and this is an infrastructure project. And I think you even say that. And I think it's very clear when we see that. That's why it feels so powerful. All of the images you show in the concept development are of flow. Large numbers of people, masses of people. And yet here, only on the plane, maybe only 5 people. So I think about this from the experience of an individual and being there, and I think it would be incredible. But I'm just wondering how you imagine, and this is maybe connected to some of the other questions, how do you imagine individuals feel in this park? Because it feels like a huge, open, very powerful space, but as an individual, you're not in a mass, you're not in a flow, you're an individual, and you're just there So I think visually, and I think it's incredible, and I think it's consistent with the concept. But as an individual, I wonder.
That's a good question, actually. Yeah, sorry for just the 5 people in the plane. That's more about like the more conceptually showing more kind of the clear path to the apartment from the Han River. The first of all, we thought, like as I said before, the current human is very, they had their own identity very strongly than before. I know maybe before also similar, but, and then it's really hard to expect what they will use the space for themselves, actually. So even we are trying to control by some geometry and wall and everything. As you could see, the people is enough, smart, very enough to act differently than expectation. Sometimes, they crawling up to the tree. Sometimes, they had some different activity than expected. So what I feel I imagine, you said like infrastructure. Yeah, that's true. It's size-wise, that's infrastructure. It's not a building. It's not the simple kind of a messing. But with this scale itself, the 10,000 square meter for the park, scale itself is landmark. We cannot avoid that. The 100 meter itself is a very, very landmark. We cannot say that's a very small scale itself. That's a kind of what we have before the design this project. So second one, how they're gonna control each space. I want to say we are trying to make as much as flexibility in the space. So some people comes directly to the center of this arch and then goes down to the Han River. Like me, I'm really kind of busy guy always. But some of people, they really enjoy some walking through all the plant and then sometimes go back and forth and back and forth. I think those people, nobody can expect what they'll do after all space. So the flexibility for the future is the best to our team. So we are trying to understand what kind of space can give them the huge flexibility. That's why we are trying to measure each of the space as much as the flexible we can give them.
예, 질문 하나 드리겠습니다.
I would like to ask a question. Through the first round, this proposal was very attractive, and conceptually, I think it really is a powerful project that really well expresses connection. But the connection, for me, it feels like a diagram. I think maybe the shape is so dominant. It's because the shape is so dominant. And the paths from Banpo to the river, it disperses and then it gathers again. We see many different lines. But there is a 5-meter difference between the two complexes. The vibracation seems quite flat. So rather than it being connected, I'm thinking maybe it's a little flat. Maybe it's because I don't have a high understanding of this. But also in terms of construction costs, I think there is a possibility of the shape changing. So it looks quite symmetrical to us. So what have you thought of the possibility of this symmetrical shape changing in the future? For the first question, are you talking about the space between the two apartment complexes? Yes. For that, we did do a study, and the pathway and the existing planting, the first consideration was to keep the slope itself. But when we went on site to see, what we didn't understand was for these two apartment complexes, having this difference in height, will there be no complaints? There has to be, I think, some coordination between the two. So having one apartment complex look up to another apartment complex, I think that could create an issue. So as a flexible solution, we thought if the elevation change is maintained, then the pathway will become a floating pathway. And if we can make the slope softer, then we can use the strip to make the slope more gradual. And secondly, from the shape side, how flexible can we be? As we mentioned, the basics that we think of is not this shape and the landmark meaning of the space. This is a very high-cost land. So we thought that actually the fact that we are planning to make a park here is a landmark in itself. So rather than just focus on the shape, we want to focus on the experience, have an accessible single plane with a low barrier of entry. And then secondly, as Professor Spick mentioned, the size is the size of an infrastructure. So it is a dominant size for everyone. I don't know what the difference in size is for us and the other projects, but I think it will be similar. But changing the shape to match the construction costs, we can be flexible and change the geometry to keep to our basic concept. And between the two communities, making this connection park, the experience that we want to provide, if we are able to maintain that experience, we can change and adapt the geometry. Can we go to the perspective slide? And because I think maybe it's because you focus on the connection side, the narrow path looks like a big boulevard. And I think that's why it has this monumental feeling. And it looks quite symmetrical. And from that perspective, I think it'd be okay if you come from the apartment complex to the river. But from the river, it will seem that the view is quite blocked. So from the river, facing the city, what would be your opinion? And then there is a 435-meter height ramp, and the ramp starts out at 628 meters. When we did the Noodle project, we had 400 meters, and we thought accessibility was very low. So from ramp to ramp, if this happens, do you have any plans to make this less tedious? And currently, you have to follow a straight line. So what is your solution for that? For the first question, from the view from the Han River, this was one thing that we really thought hardly about, because the connection park, the user actually visually experiences this. We do not think it is experienced as a wall. We think that from the river, we didn't think it was really attractive to look at the Olympic Expressway from the Han River. We wanted to see the different activities. And also we wanted to see how the apartment complexes respond. Actually, in daytime, it's quite horrific to look at the Olympic Expressway. Nighttime, it's better. So what we are proposing in this design is, because we need to have a logical structure in place, we wanted to express it like a forest, so that the people who are looking at the view from the Han River, it can block out the traffic and look at the park that is formed on top of the arch. We wanted to provide that three-dimensional view, and we didn't just want to provide a view of grass. We wanted to put our effort into the structure. So if we can place tall trees, we thought that visually that would be pleasant. And then secondly, because the arches are linked from east to west, many architects have talked about this and talked about high lines. And Thomas Heatherwick, also in the Noodles Island project, mentioned that even when you walk the same distance, having trees to the side, or walking an elevated path with planting to the side, he said it's quite different. So people asked him, if you're walking, if you have trees that have different heights, what's the difference? And Mr. Heatherwick mentioned that having trees on the side and the river was always very horizontal to me. But feeling that you are walking on the river itself only for a short distance, for that 400 meters, I think many people will want to take pictures. And as Highline mentioned, it's totally a different experience. I think you have explained very well. With that, we will end this session. Thank you.
This will be the last presentation. Let us know when you're ready. Yes, thank you very much for staying on until our presentation. I'll talk about our proposal, Fastscape and Slowscape. In the past, people used to enjoy themselves on the river edges, but then there was the development process where apartment buildings were made and the expressway was laid. That meant a vertical and horizontal disconnection between citizens and Han River. We have seen many ways to overcome this disconnection, mostly through the form of bridges, but none of them really resolve the problem. Even with the connecting bridges, it was only able to provide a linear way to travel across the river. But now we want it to be more varied and three-dimensional. So we propose a park that has many possibilities. This new park will provide diverse experiences. It will be open to all citizens and will harmonize with the surrounding areas. People will be able to come here and enjoy different views. It will be a slow park where people can travel horizontally above the water. The three-dimensional park with overlapping areas will allow a new experience and allow various events to take place. This will be a more a more diverse kind of space and park. This park will have fastscape and slowscape at the same time and will become a new destination for Seoul citizens. Now I'll talk about the specific design process. First of all, there's a fastscape that starts at Banpo-ro and travels towards the river. There's a slowscape that has the park as well as public pathway. The building 108 will be partially preserved. Fastscape and slowscape will be overlapped partially. And many different programs will be located. Connection will take place in various ways. We have a public pathway and open facilities that are the two main important parts. We want the public pathway to travel actively towards Han River. The space in between will be connected by an urban pathway. People can use this three-dimensional pathway network to enter the park and naturally travel all the way to the riverside. Fastscape, we believe, needs to be as light as possible. The slowscape needs to be heavy enough to bear as much load as possible. The shape is altered to minimize noise traveling to the park. We want a quiet park that's pleasant throughout the 4 seasons. This results in a fastscape plus a slowscape process. The linear parks passes in neighborhood park B and A, goes through the high-rise apartments and goes to the forest path. The three-dimensional combination of fastscape and slowscape allows the visitors to go to the cultural facilities. This pathway then goes all the way across the expressway to the Riverside Park and Seorae Island. This is the fastscape that ascends toward the river. The level ascends, and while walking up the fastscape, the view of the river can be enjoyed and it will unfold. Slowscape is this is connected in many areas with the slowscape. This is a V-type beam that is joined with H-section steel beam. This will be prefabricated in the factory and assembled on site. This is aluminum cladding that provides a dynamic view of the Han River. At the edge of the fastscape, there is an infinity platform that provides a new scenery overlooking the Han River and Seoul. The fastscape crosses with a slowscape horizontally and vertically. People can enjoy the view of the city, Seorae Island, and the Han River. Now I'll talk about the slowscape, where people could take walks on and rest and enjoy leisure activities. It has many programs such as resting, play, and community activities. In addition to the view overlooking the river and the city, there are interior spaces that will be planned for programs. Slowscapes allow the parks to be connected to many different areas. The slowscape will be an open space due to accessibility, low gradient ramps, and elevators. It is a slow park with horizontal experience along the Hangang River. Slowscape. This is the process of building the slowscape. There will be planting of forests and trees, and then there will be an art lawn, open terrace, Banpo Plaza, and view terrace. The park will be lower than the lowest level of the apartment buildings. It will not obstruct view of the Han River for the residents either. The effective height is planned to be 6 meters above the expressway. We did a noise attenuation analysis, and that is why we will lower the amount of noise that travels to the park by building a noise buffer forest. We did an UTCI analysis to plan planting and water spaces. This will increase the thermal experience, and it will improve the thermal experience during the summer. Also, make it warmer by cutting off the cold wind during this winter. Here we see an effective height of 6 meters and a 30-meter span. That means that it will minimize the interference of traffic. Steel concrete composite beam for heavyweight and long span and constructability are also taken into consideration. The round SRC column will minimize impact during floods. It also considers soil weight, flood, and car crashes. The soil depth will be 1.8 meter. It will also have rainwater collection as well as many other infrastructure that will allow the treatment of rain and water collection. The slopescape is connected to the Art Law and Banpo Plaza. Then one can go down the slow park again and go through the overlap with Fastscape towards the view deck. The riverfront is connected to the park through stairways, elevators, terraces, and ramps. This is a slowscape that has become an indoor space. Many cultural facilities will be placed here and it will be a cultural center. In the center of the cultural center, a Korean residential history museum is proposed. This is a place where people can experience the history of Korean architecture, especially apartment buildings. People can visit here and look at the apartments of the past from many different viewpoints. Here, there are other facilities surrounding the History Museum, which are connected to parts of the park through pathways. The cultural center on ground level will hold special exhibitions and also used for special events. On the south side of the cultural center, it will be connected with the Welcome Garden. This is the cafe lounge on the second floor, and this is directly linked with the upper park. This is a construction plan. We will use GPR survey to assess existing infrastructure and interference before construction. During construction, a mobile scaffolding system will be used to maintain traffic flow and minimize intervention. And the overlapping part of Fastscape and Slowscape will be planned so that it will take up as little as possible of the expressway lanes. We have planned the construction so that smooth traffic flow on the Olympic Expressway will be ensured. Now we will show you a short video. This is the Fastscape and the Slowscape, as well as how it overlaps. And the cultural facilities connect the two.
산책로는 아파트와 공원 사이를 적절히
This is the
조성하고
forest trail extending from Shinbanpo-ro to the park, a park rising towards the Han River. This is the fastscape. We have the park and also a connection provided to the cultural facilities. This is the infinity platform. This connects to the slowscape below. And people will arrive at a point where they can enjoy the view of the river from above. A three-dimensional landscape with various parks at different levels will be a new experience for citizens. The view of the park and the Han River are connected through an open park with different gradients. This is a view from the residential complex. As you can see, it does not obstruct the view, but rather enriches it. A tranquil ground level park will be built away, distanced from the apartment buildings. In the cultural center, we have remnants preserved from Building 108. It will provide a memory of the past. With that, with the remnants of 108, there will be many other spaces for exhibitions and also a library. After the cafe, the cultural space is connected to the park and becomes one. The park seamlessly is connected to the public walkway on the west side. The cultural plaza and promenade will continue overlooking the Han River. A slow park will allow horizontal promenades along the Han River, and it will be a special spatial experience where one can feel that one is walking right next to the river. The riverfront has an elevator ramp and stairways that will make it a new three-dimensional park. It will provide new experiences to everyone. It will be a new destination for all citizens to come. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Questions, please. Professor speaks.
And when I first saw your project, I thought this is a perfect diagram of the problem of the site. Direct way to the river and then a more meandering way to the river. It just occurred to me when I saw it again that it's also a piece of infrastructure, in a way, like the last project, but it's different in many ways because I think, and I wonder what you think about this, I wonder if this was deliberate, the formal language that you use is very orthogonal. And in fact, it's almost the same language, not as a bridge, but as a freeway. For example, the fastscape looks like an exit ramp a little bit to me off the freeway. And the initial forest trail point A to point B. I know even when you showed the people walking, they seemed to be walking with great deliberation, like they were going somewhere. So I think it's a brilliant project. I loved it when I first saw it, and I think it really illustrates the problem very well. But I wonder what you think about my observation about the orthogonal nature of the language and also the borrowing from the freeway, because in many ways this is the same formal language as the expressway. maybe I'm wrong. I don't think so.
지금 저희
Yes, the shape of the pathways and the shape of the fascia and the shape of the walkway seems to be at the crux of your question. In the case of fascia, we didn't really want to adopt a formal language. We just wanted to be more straightforward and going towards the river to express the property of the fastscape. While looking at a language that would combine well with it, we came up with the slow scape, which provides for a slower walk and a resting place. But in order to have a unified language, we came up with this shape. I hope that answered your question.
I mean, would you agree that it's a language of the expressway or a different kind of language?
익스프레스웨이라고
I really don't understand why you're saying that it's a language of the expressway. I'd like to ask a question. Thank you for the presentation. Regarding Building 108 and your plan to add on to that, it seemed like you did a good job, and it's natural while just not leaving it at the way it was. The green part there does not seem to allow people to go on top of it. Have you thought about extending this space? Yes, in the first proposal, we made it so that people can climb on top of it, but as we went to the final design, we saw that many people made comments that this space is too close to the residential apartment buildings and will affect privacy. So that's why we changed it. And other than the cultural spaces, we made the other places not accessible for people, especially because of privacy. We thought this was the right solution to address the issue of privacy. This is going to be a short question. In terms of layout, there's a void in the middle. The Olympic Expressway travels underneath that. What about noise and other issues? From the cultural facility, you can look down on the expressway. Is there a reason why you made this place a void? The reason why we made this place a void is because basically there were different ways to address the crossing point. We could fill it up, or we can do other things. But I thought that perhaps the view of cars traveling on the expressway could be an interesting scene to watch. When all these elements are combined three-dimensionally, we believe that this was the best way. The cultural facility can allow people to watch the expressway. We did try to block off noise, but the pathway for people will allow them to enjoy the noise and the scene of cars traveling. But as a whole, the slowscape is a lifted structure, and that means that it will block off the noise and other interference as much as possible. This project is truly a three-dimensional park. I think you used the right expression. It does look somewhat like an infrastructure, but it is also very architectural because you see different plates set in different directions and also overlapping. So it provides different viewpoints and different directions to look out. It's not just about me looking out, it's about people on the outside looking at me. If you have if this was your intention, can you tell us why it has to be three-dimensional? I think that the way we can create this covered park is very important because it will become a precedent for other similar facilities. It's not about looking at infrastructure as something that's necessary to solve a problem. We want infrastructure to be part of the city and something that goes well and looks good as part of the city. Rather than just trying to cover up something that we don't like, it's more about having this project become a new urban infrastructure and making it harmonize with the existing infrastructure to create a new urban space. As a solution, we wanted to take out parts of it and also making it overlap in several places. I'd like to ask a question. First, thank you for the presentation. I don't know if it's because it's the last presentation, but I think the most prominent feature was that it's flexible. Until now, we saw designs were flexible, uniform, and connected. But here you have divided it into two concepts, fastscape and slowscape. And the main issue was how you were going to connect the two. When you have these two concepts, what are the possibilities of developing it into a one whole design? We believe that of the purposes set out for this project was to make sure that this park becomes a place where people want to come again and again and allow people to carry out different activities. It wasn't going to be a space exclusively for the apartment residents. So this is why we thought we needed multi-layered aspects and structures so that when people visited it again and again, they will have different experiences in terms of speed. Rather than having a uniform speed or property, we could have different speeds coexist on the park that will also allow people to have different memories, different experiences when they visit the park repeatedly. Realistically, some people would like to go to the Hangang River Park straight from the Shinbanporo. Some people might want to enjoy the walk all the way there. Some people might want to come just to enjoy the scenery. We wanted to allow for all of these different experiences, and that's why we defined the concepts as slowscape and fastscape existing together and overlapping. Are there no further questions? It seems that you have a clear concept, and I thought that it was well defined. You had architectural considerations and landscape spatial arrangements, so it seemed to be very sophisticated in terms of design. I don't know, maybe you probably thought about this internally. The fastscape structure here is very architectural. That means it has to contrast with a slowscape, and that's why it's a hard landscape or hardscape without any plants. Of course, you said that the structure had to be light. Nevertheless, even if you don't make it so contrasting. There must have been a different way to do that. And in some ways, it protrudes so it looks aggressive. Even if you don't raise it, there are other ways to differentiate the fastscape, especially structurally. Why did you have to make it such a prominent structure? Is that the only way to express the concept? Are there other options that you thought about? Yes, you're quite precise in your observation. We thought that this was a great opportunity to make icons and landmarks, but that's not the way we chose to do this. The fastscape, looking from the apartment buildings, and as you can see here, does have some visual prominence from the Banpo Riverside Park. People can look up, and people coming from the Shimpaburo can look at it as well. We don't think the park has a clear direction from south to north, because even if you're traveling from north to south over the Banpo Ridge, it is located at a place that is very visible. The value of the fastscape had to take a more clear shape, and that was our intention. Of course, there were construction and structural issues as well. So intentionally, we did not do planting here. In order to express our concept, we made sure that the slowscape and fastscape had differences in terms of structure, building material, textures, etc. Those things were all intentional in our design process. No further questions? We do have 8 minutes left. We will be discussing this later on, but let me use this opportunity to pose a question to you. It looks like there are 2 buildings on top of a park platform. It seems that the building is too strong. The fastscape looks like an architectural structure, and the cultural facility, of course, is obviously an architectural building. But we wanted a park. Doesn't it seem to be too much of an architectural structure? The fastscape that we designed in such a way seems too much like an architectural structure, according to your comment. Let us respond to that. If it's going to be a park located on this place, we thought it had to be different from the existing parks. This park is an infrastructure that allows people to cross over to the river, and we don't have to necessarily make the passageway obscure and make it look like a park when it's actually a passageway, because the nature of this connection park is more of a passageway, and we wanted to make it obvious. Maybe it's because of this that you are looking at it as an architectural structure. But can't this be a new type of park in the city of Seoul? We wanted to make it a park that's different from the existing parks. We wanted to make it a park that exists only in this place, and that's why we applied the concept of a fast escape. Perhaps that felt more of an architectural structure to you, but I think that it's a park that works very well in this location. Even in the case of Hainan, there are lots of pools. People just don't go to where there's a lot of forests and lots of grass. People like to go there and enjoy places where there are architectural and infrastructure-like structures. And I think there's a possibility that the same thing could happen here. You don't have to make parks necessarily all about nature. It can be a very urban-like structure and also a park. Professor Shin, I'd also like to ask a very simple question. The slowscape, which is mostly indoors, seems to carry out a function of a park, and it looks good. I keep on looking at this, and the edge of the fastscape and the edge of the slowscape has a bit of a level difference. How did you want to differentiate it? Because it could end up being the same. What's there? What sort of special thing is there to attract people to these places? I think you're talking about the scenery from this point. We believe that the park that we designed is three-dimensional in nature. You can go up there to look at Han River and Seoul City. Even at that level, the fact that you're looking at the Han River at a different level means a different kind of scenery and a different kind of experience. In the case of slowscape, the surrounding is at a low level, and it provides a scenery at eye level. That will be different from the scenery that you see from the highest point. I'd like to add a few things. Fastscape is more about rising up and looking out to the scenery. The slowscape is horizontally walking and then looking down when you arrive at the end. Slowscape is full of nature, and at the end there's water. That water combines with the Han River and looks like an infinity pool. Fastscape and slowscape provides a different way of experiencing the scenery. I have a question too. The materials that you use for finishing the structure seems to be aluminum panel, and it seems that there are panel sizes that you've defined. Slowscape has a concrete surface, and fastscape has concrete, or is going to be cladded with aluminum as a whole. For fastscape, as you said, and as you saw in the cross-section or the three-dimensional rendering, you saw that the aluminum cladding is on both sides. It is at a slant and goes all the way to the bottom ground. The fastscape, we wanted it to be a little bit sharp and dynamic in shape. In the slowscape, the concrete material will not be exposed. Only the sides will be cladded with aluminum. The lower part, or the ceiling, when you see from the ground, is going to be exposed. We're not going to finish that. It could require more construction time. There's also the risk of falling, so that's why we treated it that way. If your proposal is selected, and as you develop the design, I'm sure there would be some aspects that you can modify. What is the scope that can, how much can it be modified without affecting the design concept? Because the fastscape is also something that bothers me a little bit. Artificial architectural structure seems to be dominant in your design. If you change the left and right so that the flat side becomes part of the fastscape, there could be a ramp and it could overlap as well. You can think in that direction without really affecting the design concept. What do you think about this? What we are showing you is probably our plan based on what we thought was the most suitable for this location and this site. But of course, if we do win the project, it's quite natural for consultations to take place, and in the process, the way to experience the space, and as long as the experience of the space and the basic concept it remains intact, there are parts of it that can be modified. What you experience, this slowscape and fastscape, are great spatial experiences that we can provide. So we would like to keep that. There are only 16 seconds left, so we will end the presentation and Q&A.
Yes, with that, we have completed the 6 presentations. We have heard presentations from 6 teams who have been going over this issue for 3 to 4 months. Please give them a big hand. It was not an easy feat. And although the presentations have been concluded, we have the jury, 12 members of our jury, who have to go through deliberations. So please give our jury a big hand as well. I would like to thank all of you for being with us at this public presentation. For the jury members, please move to the next venue, have your lunch, and prepare for discussions. The co-op will be selecting number 1 place. And with that, we will end our public presentation. Thank you for attending. Thank you.
presentations today. Everything that was presented were quite agreeable, and we had to agree with the ideas. It's hard to decide. However, we need to discuss the proposals based on what is most important for this project. What is the key purpose of this project? Let's try not to be too abstract and be specific. Would you like to start, Professor Kim, and shall we go around the room in this direction? I think all the presentations were very good. I don't know, but let me just tell you my viewpoints. Well, this is what I think. We have the Banpo-Hangang, or the Riverside Park, which is quite an active space right now. The covered park is adjacent to a residential area. So I would like these two spaces to be different in terms of nature. One should be a very active, bustling space. The other space should be more calm, quiet, and be a place for rest. That's what I think is right. And since it is a connection park and it's the first covered park that we are going to build, connectivity has to be a focal point. Just as traveling from the upper to lower part is important, we need to take an approach that will make people want to travel from below to the upper part of the structure. All the presenters address this issue, but I have to question whether there was anyone who fulfilled these two conditions. I think there were some shortfalls one way or the other. That is why I think today's judging will not be easy, but that was my main viewpoint.
Will be something that may continue, and it may be a milestone in that effort. So I thought if there were to be other covered parks here in Seoul, so the covered park actually usually covers roads or infrastructure, for example. So what can we get from covering these things? One, we can connect. And secondly, we can give back the land that was taken away from them, that is occupied by the roads. But then, of course, there is this desire to have a visual effect, make it look attractive. But I think the purpose or value of this project is what we need to think about. So in the future decades, are we going to make all of these landmarks visually attractive? Or are we going to really look at the basics and think of the fundamentals? So in that aspect, from this project, I think we need to be able to restore the nature and really expand the space through this project. So I think these are the things that we need to focus on, in my opinion. So most of the presentations are close to this, but in the future changes, can this concept be maintained? So I think from that standpoint, we need to hold deliberations and look into this more deeply.
As I listened to today's presentations, I personally learned a lot. I thought about which would be the best way to approach this. The best way, I guess, is to bury the expressway underground and then travel to the Hangang River Park by ground level connections. But that is not possible. If that's not possible, what is the second best way? We will have to build a new structure. But then, what will change before and after the new structure is built? There are also what seems to be a connection, but there are also real, effective connections. Where should we put the focus on? Also, is this place somewhere where I would deliberately take time to travel to? Those were the thoughts that I had.
네. 사실
Six
이렇게 여섯
really
개
quite different presentations today dealing with this incredibly challenging site in very different ways. I think this is such an important project for maybe three reasons. One, I believe it's the first project to bridge over a freeway with a natural park and landscape. It's very unusual and very difficult, and so that's one reason I think it's important. Another is, for me, this is a really important public-private collaboration in a sense, and very unusual. At least we don't see things like this in the United States very often. I think the other reason this particular project is so important and we have to make a very good decision is that it's very likely that there will be many more projects like this along the river that will bridge the city and nature and the river. And this project will set a precedent for all of the ones to follow. So I think it's a very important project, and I look forward to the discussion.
좋은 작품 6개를 봐서
We listened to 6 presentations. They were all excellent. So it was a very tiring day, but it was worth the time. We seem to agree on many points. From my point of view, what's one of the most important thing is, well, for instance, let's take Central Park. Some people use the Central Park, some people don't, but it is also very visually pleasant. So the houses near Central Park are very much valued. So going there is important, but looking at this park is very important as well. Even if you don't enter the park itself, it's very important how the park looks like from the passengers on the cars. For those users, it's let's say there's a bridge. Some people may cross it, some people might just look at it. Both are important. I hope we make a good choice and make sure that this continues on to the next project.
This is actually quite a challenging project, and looking at the presentations, I thought they went through many efforts, and it was quite interesting, but it is yet a very difficult solution to come up with. And as Professor Chun mentioned, in the end, connecting naturally to the land, I think, is the best solution. But since we are not able to do that, if we have to elevate and make it a large structure, from that, what will be the most natural and connection park that will provide the best solution. From the eye level, we have to think about what we will experience. So in the end, I think the identity of the location as an open space. They say that there's this new park in Seoul. So I think I am trying to look for a meaningful proposal that shows this presence as a location.
I'm a Seoul City citizen, but I'm also working for the government and in charge of the project. As part of the authority managing these projects, so let me talk about some technical aspects. 6 proposals were all excellent. The conditions are not that easy. Nevertheless, some proposals made sure that the impact on traffic was minimal. Some presentations actually dealt with the issue of the weak foundations. At the same time, the scenery of the river and the conditions of the river, which has accumulated over time, was a very important part for consideration.
Of the 6, as I was listening to the 6 presentations, I was able to see that we would see a new type of infrastructure here in Seoul. So from that perspective, I have a lot of expectations. But it was a cultural park that was the boundary. And within that, there's a covered park, and there are parts that are not covered. And then there are 2 parks that are linked through Banpo-Hangang. And then from Banpo-Hangang, how can you naturally connect to the Han River is what was mostly talked about. But I would like to focus on the potential of a cultural facility and the effect that it can have. A cultural facility has to have a certain size, and it is run through different programs. So 3,300 square meters of this cultural facility being linked to the park. I think through this, a synergy can be created. And so this cultural park and this connection park, I think, can be linked. And so that is what I focused on as I was listening to the presentations.
I looked at the surrounding conditions for the park, and I took 2 points of view. First of all, the installed to be facility is going to be right in the middle of high-rise apartment buildings. So rather than an artificial man-made structure, a more eco-friendly and nature-like park would be better. Secondly, this covered park will be built over the Olympic Expressway, where a lot of cars pass by. Therefore, we need to look at the safety aspect, especially in terms of safety during the construction period, was one of my key points for consideration.
The 6 presentations and proposals were all excellent, I think. But I focused on, as a jury member, as what would be more well accepted by the citizens. I'm not saying that it should be accepted by the mass, but I think it should be a user who wants to revisit this structure or park. And secondly, this contest will be well completed by the constructors. I think we really need to look at the feasibility and the feasible points so that after construction we can assure quality. So these were the 2 points that I was looking at.
Since I'm the last one to speak, I don't have much to say since everyone has said or covered the main points. I don't know what I have to add. However, I will say a few things, a few simple things. Connectivity seems to be a key word today, or connection is the key word today. It's all about reconnecting spaces that had been disconnected previously. Connection is a connection between space and space, but it's also a connection between people. And people are more diverse than spaces. That's why we need to take a balanced point of view. We're connecting a large, diverse group of people with each other. For example, if you connect one point to the other, then a disconnection can take place at the same time at another place. Connection, I think, is a requirement here. However, this project is about constructing a cover, and connection is the first purpose of the covered structure. In the end, it's about how special the space above the cover is. We have existing spaces on the waterfront, but this new space has to be different, and it should make people want to stay there and dwell there. For that to happen, we can take architectural approaches, we can plant trees, or we can make the space a very pleasant place to stay. Finally, we have economic constraints. And while listening to the presentation, I questioned how feasible these projects were given the amount of budget we have. Sometimes the covered bridge might cost a lot more than we think. So I wonder how the final project will be.
Yes, maybe I will summarize. So if you have any other opinions, please let me know. I think most of the jury members stressed connection. When we say connection, you want natural connection. So from Banpo to Han River, and then from Han River to the covered park, you want that part to be natural as well. You want to be able to have easy access when you come from Han River to the covered park. So natural connection is something that was stressed, I think, by everyone. And then what space is the covered park is what many mentioned. Professor Kim Kwang-soo talked about the fact that you want the upper part to be quiet and the lower part to be a space where there is a lot of activity. So if you want a lot of people coming up to the covered park, how can it be quiet though? is a question that I have. And also you talked about the fact that you want rich experience to happen. And as Mr. Kim Se-jin mentioned, you talked about the cultural facility and the fact that it has to be organically connected to the park. I think, in essence, this is something that will go on the upper part. So you want to have a rich experience. But then you don't want it to be too artificial. You want something natural. You want something that is close to the nature, is what I got from all of your opinions. I think then we could start our deliberations on these 2 points. So is there anyone who says it's okay to be artificial? I think most of the members here wanted it to be natural. Would that be correct? When we say natural, I think it's we can interpret it differently. The movement can be natural, or having nature, connected to nature, having trees, for example. So when we say natural, I think so when I say natural, as Mr. Eun Sang-jun mentioned, so the concept that is different from the other side of being artificial. So in my opinion, a park that goes over an expressway, that's artificial in itself, isn't it? And showing that, I think, can be natural. No? So what are your opinions? So we want it artificial, but we want it more close to the ground. So in my opinion, saying that it's natural or not natural, I think it makes it difficult to talk about. Highline, is it artificial or natural? It's actually quite artificial because it's on the top, but the bridge that we are building, the connection park that we are building, the covered park, saying that it's natural, are you saying that the connection from Shinbanpo has to be natural? Or are you saying that you want it to have a smooth connection? So I think everyone is saying everyone wants to have a smooth connection. I think that's what I heard from all of you. But on the covered park side, what would you like? I think we can have differing opinions on that. Highline, of course, is artificial, but if you go inside, it feels like we're in nature. No, if you're in the Highline, you're on top of a building. So rather than being in nature, you feel like you're in I really like the impression that I'm between buildings, but I'm in nature. But I think the interpretation may differ. So I think maybe we should look at the advantages, the good points of each of the presentations maybe. So for example, connection, and so what activities can be carried out. So maybe we can deliberate on the pros of each of the presentations, because if we say natural versus artificial, then it's really difficult to interpret. So of course, all of the projects have pros. Each of the projects have pros. But from this perspective, because we've gone around all of the members, for all the six presentations, maybe you could express your opinion. You can talk about number 1 or number 2. I liked number 1 or 2, for example. You can actually mention the number that you preferred, and then talk about that maybe before we go into voting. So who would like to start?
Regarding the first presentation, I should be talking about the first one, or do you want me to go over all 6 of them? Maybe we can go around and make comments regarding number 1. And then on the second round, we all talk about the second presentation. Isn't that a better approach? We can also see different viewpoints as well and compare our views. Shall I speak? For the first proposal, I think that it's quite natural in terms of connection. From the Riverside Park, those who are going up from the Riverside Park, the climb itself is not that difficult, or the travel upwards is not that difficult. Personally, I think that the Riverside Park or the Gosubuji is quite active and bustling. So the upper park doesn't necessarily have to be quiet, but I would like it to be differentiated. But we're focusing on connection right now, and we believe that it should be an extension out to the Riverside Park. So I don't know what's going to happen with that. On the upper part, I don't think there's enough shade or detailed consideration of the people in the park. The structure itself is quite unique because it contains numerous columns. The unique structural aspect looking up from the lower part is important since it's the first covered park to be structured. I think it's important that it's attractive from below. The important thing is construction cost. Even just looking at the basic site size, the construction cost seems to be about 10 million won. How realistic is that construction cost? Of course, we can revise the design by reducing the upper surface or reducing the number of columns. Those are the things that I thought about.
For this project, in terms of connectivity, I think it has done very well, because from any direction, you don't think of going up. If you just walk, you naturally go up. For the covered part, which is the large space, the cover is large, and then there are organic bubbles, and that is where the greenery is. And these green bubbles can have their own programs, is what was presented. And then they also proposed the appropriate planting. But for this to be meaningful, I think you have to maintain this size. So let's say for whatever reason, for example, for construction costs, if we want to maintain that size, we will have to bring down the number of bubbles or bring down the size of the bubbles. So if we do that, I don't know if we will be able to maintain this feeling. So although it is flexible, but in maintaining the concept, it may, I think, at times be difficult to some extent.
My opinion is pretty much the same. Looking at this proposal, there's a natural connection from the Riverside Park to the upper covered park. The surface of the park is quite large. I think that was the most unique feature. I questioned this earlier, but it's not about if we modify the design or reduce the number of columns, will the design remain intact? So I'm a little anxious about that. However, the connection between Han River and the Banpo district, this design is outstanding.
Yeah, I would agree. I think this design
네,
is
저도
outstanding.
동의합니다.
I think
이
it's
설계가 아주 탁월하다라고
it
저도
may
생각을
be the one that
합니다만은
everybody could agree
모두가
has created a truly new and quite artificial natural landscape. I think this is a really a new surface. What I also appreciate about this project is that it defines different ecological zones. It's not one thing. So it's continuous, so it's singular, but it also defines different zones where different things can happen. I don't think any one person will ever start at the beginning of this and walk all the way to the end. People will use different zones in different ways, and I think this project gives the most opportunity for that.
I also like how the open space itself provides a connection. That's why I liked this proposal. I think that even if we reduce the scale, we can still maintain the essence of the design. It will still remain flexible. Sometimes the program bubbles can be modified a little bit. I think we can make necessary adjustments without really impacting the design.
The upper level and the lower level and the transitioning, I think, is quite impressive. The upper level, it has mild mountings, but I think it is quite contrasting to the lower level. So the experience for the upper and lower level are quite contrasting. So I think that is impressive. And I talked to you about cultural facilities, and here the covered park, there is an open space in front of the cafe, and also one story is left of building 108. And I think in terms of transition and the unfamiliarity of transition, it is quite persuasive in that aspect. But as an actor of connecting the facility, I think conceptually it does not have that much weight.
From the structural point of view, I'd like to make a few comments. We have the section going over the Olympic Expressway and the remaining sections. The section crossing the expressway is a classic structure framed in the traditional civic engineering method. The other parts have trusses that look like trees. I actually asked this question, but I didn't really get the answer. The part going over the expressway has concrete beams, steel anti-lever, and steel on steel, so it's a little bit complicated in its structure. The proposal says that the structure itself is more like a straight line, but the slab, as you can see, is curved. How will that be manifested or actually carried out in terms of construction was not explained, so we can go into that detail later on, but right now it was not fully there. In the case of type B section, the system itself requires numerous columns. In some ways, the look of the lower part seems a little bit obstructed and closed. That really can't be helped.
In this case, in the first round, for the Han River Park, for the Banpo stream, on the left-hand side, the connecting method was quite unique. And I think this is what we all think. It is quite unique in that, on that side, and I think it is an advantage that this proposal has. From the technical side, this project, the uniqueness of this project is in the cladding. Cladding even if I really want to make this possible, the main structure to hold the cladding, and I think there will be a lot of secondary material that has to go in. The cladding, if it is fabricated with the same module, but for the main structure plus main structure, and then the secondary material to hold the cladding, then the construction costs becomes unpredictable. So if this creates confusion when it goes over to the vendor who actually has to do the construction, then there can be obstacles. But despite that, the overall movement and the overall connection and the attractiveness of the structure, I think, is quite positive.
I'd also like to address the structural issue. I don't know if I can say that this is a theoretical point of view, but I think that structure is a very important part of this project. The structure itself is very expressive. However, the actual structure and what the cladding will do, the actual function of the cladding, the decorative function of the skin, these two functions are different, but from the passers-by, they will think that the whole thing is just one structure. That means there could be some issues raised whether this is an imitation. I don't think a structure needs to be the actual thing. And for structure to be monumental, some additional measures can be taken. But if some parts of this are modified, and if we reduce the surface area on the upper part, how is the structure going to respond to that? You might think that the structure will naturally follow, but when the structure itself is so orderly, the structure shows some independence on its part. This program, however, shows that the structure unit is not responding one-on-one. It doesn't correspond to one-on-one. That means there's some shortfalls in terms of consistency. Either that or I am mistaken in my view. These things were things that I questioned. If, however, this is built as is, it will be a very prominent structure, and attract attention of people. One thing that I'd like to talk about the connection is, compared to other projects, it does provide a direct and wide connection to the direction of the Seibitungtung building group. However, from the Dongjak-daegyo, if you look at it from the Dongjak-daegyo, there is really no access downward. You might say this is a rational choice. If, however, somebody goes up on that surface and wants to travel to Dongjak-daegyo, they would have to take a very long way around. So it does favor one side. The Riverside Park, the Akro River Park, at the newly built Banpo are at the back. This project separates the upper and lower part. That also could mean that the two apartment buildings will be separated, and the emphasis between the difference or separation of these apartment buildings will be emphasized. So it goes against connection when it comes to the groups of apartment buildings.
To summarize, I think in terms of connectivity, it is great. To the citizens, it will provide a great space. So I think we all agree on those 2 points. But since we focus on connectivity and the fact that this proposal and presentation actually focuses on that is what we all agree on. But construction costs for all 6 presentations, it will go over the budget. So we will come up against a situation where we have to bring this down. Then, what will happen when we really bring down the construction costs? Mr. Park Seung-jin said if the construction costs go down, then if the greenery is reduced, then the impact also will be affected, is what you said. Professor Park said, even if we do bring down the construction costs, this is a presentation that can, I think, be flexible, is what you said. And Professor Speaks, and Mr. Park said the bubble is too artificial. But Mr. Speaks says it's natural. It looks natural. So maybe we can talk a little bit more on this. If we actually bring down the size, do you think that the impact or the feeling that we have, the overall impression will change? Or do you think if we reduce this a little, because it is such a large space, it won't really impact the overall impression, is what I think. But what do the other members think? Any opinions?
I really don't think it's going to matter that much. When the presentation was made, I wondered why this was a bubble, but they showed me how the bubbles connect with each other. It's not the size of the bubble that matters. It's the connectivity with the bubble below that's important. So even if the bubble size is scaled down, I don't think significance is affected. But one thing that was missing was how the park connects with the Banpo apartments. Just like you just said, the fact that there are 2 roads, parallel roads, could be a problem, because it looks like there's one upper rich neighborhood and one lower poorer rich neighborhood. No, but there are a few connections there. But one side is higher than the other, so the issue remains. But I don't think it's a really important issue. I don't think it won't change that much even if we scale it down.
In the case of this project, I think we have to be prudent, because if there is a change, I think it will impact the overall impression. So I think it is part of the project's integrity. So I think we need to think about what we can do to actually maintain that. It doesn't look easy, but I think it's something that we need to think about. And the reason that I mention this is because in the connecting part to Banpo-ro, forest is used, so that's okay. But for the covered part, it's using the concept of grassland. If grassland is the size of a grassland is small, it looks very minuscule. So you can see that there are small bubbles. If the bubbles become small, it just becomes a decorative feature. But then if you have too many bubbles from the eye level, it looks somewhat connected. So if we bring down the size, scale it down, of course I can't say we can't scale it down at all, but to maintain the concept, I think it really has this aesthetic that comes from its scale. And so to maintain that scale, on the lower level, engineering-wise, it will take up a lot of costs. So I think they are interrelated. Professor Che?
Just a minute. I think the open space right now is too big as it is. Of course, we have to reduce it. Yes, I agree. The bubbles are a little bit numerous in number, and it seemed that they were preoccupied with the fact that each bubble should have its own program. But I think it does matter, even if we reduce it to half. Even if we just leave one big grass meadow, that would be fine. As long as a certain width is preserved, I think it would be all right to simplify that. And we can also put in more friendly, everyday programs. Any other opinions?
The value of this project is connectivity, I think is what everyone said. Connectivity. I think is something that can be maintained with a smaller budget. So do you agree that the core value is maintained? For the connectivity, the connection, one thing that I would like to check is will there be no issue in approvals? Anyone have any ideas on that? So from the water side, the ramp, in terms of approval or getting permits, will there be no issue? Mr. Lee Sang-eun? It's really difficult to give a straight answer. It's actually the reverse direction of the flow of the current. So in terms, there are things that we have to review in terms of sewage, for example, but since it is quite wide, I think there are things we need to take a look at. But I don't think this is the stage to actually really enter into the details. Would it be okay to go into the second presentation, the second project? Could you please open the second presentation?
Please show the master plan or the bird's eye view of the design. Shall we go the other way around this time and start with Professor Nam? I didn't expect that. I think for this second proposal, I think it's right to start with connection. Compared to the first proposal, it's a little bit weak in terms of connection. But it's not necessarily that serious. Compared to number one proposal, the ramp is a little bit narrow and the direction is ambiguous because it's zigzag. Of course, it might be inevitable for that to be a zigzag shape, but from far away, it really doesn't show where the ramp starts. It's not clear. It's very vague. But the ramp's shape itself seems to become a little bit freer as it goes to the lower level, so perhaps we can open it up a little. Is there actually a ramp? Isn't that a staircase? No, the zigzag shape path is a ramp itself. It goes downward toward the Dongjak-daegyo and then goes back, turns to the center. I think turning towards the center makes sense, but it makes it a little bit obscure. The strength of this design is the covered park. The shape itself is a little bit amorphous, or atypical, but in terms of the construction method, it's conventional. I'm not saying it's boring, but I'm just saying that it's general. The use of the space in the upper part is a little bit too architectural. We are creating an environment, which means that the necessary facilities will have to be introduced. And I understand that in that respect, but I think the presence is a little bit too strong. If the purpose of the project was creating new land, then this element kind of undermines that purpose. However, the canopy on the edges, well, I'm not saying that we need to go back to the conventional way, but I think that if the canopies were made in a more nature-friendly way, it would look less like an objet, in my thought. I think the architectural project is very sound, especially in the entry points. However, the diagonal lines and the geometry resulting from that seems to be a little bit dispersed and could clash with the original purpose of the project. However, since we have the zigzag in the starting point, perhaps that was a natural outcome.
Architecture-wise, the presentation itself looks like an object. It doesn't seem that natural to me, but from the user perspective, as a user who will use the space and go through and actually move around in this space, I don't think from the user perspective they will think of this as a large object. On the positive side, the construction method and the preparedness of the structure, I think, was very well done, and the contents of the presentation actually was good too. And from the structure side, I didn't have any questions. It was quite clear. The concept was quite clear, but for the ramp, and they said that they would be using the launch method, but I don't know as to whether that will be actually feasible. And also they talked about installing a canopy, but I don't think they were clear on the question that I asked. So on the structure side, I don't have anything to say, but for the ramp, I think there will have to be some closure of the road for that construction, using if they're going to use that extrusion method, the ILM. And so here it is the bank. They are saying that they will be digging this out and doing construction on that. So I don't know whether it will be feasible in terms of securing permits. Thank you.
I'd like to talk about the relationship between the entry points of the cultural facility and park. The project itself is called a covered park. There's a path coming up to the park, and there's an entry point. That allows you to reach the level of 24.6 from 16. I think that was good. The fact that the cultural facility is basically meeting flatly on the Shinbanpo area. However, the interior facilities are connected with the ramp. So these are very natural connections. Those I really liked. I question 108, though. It really doesn't fit with any geometry of the cultural facilities, but they cut it out and leave it as an object itself as a unit. That set this design apart from the others.
I think after construction, if we think about what will happen after construction, we will need to have it will be accessible to the natural conditions. I think it is something that we can standardize on, but the downside is will it be able to be a landmark, actually? And as was mentioned, construction on the bank itself in construction, I think, is something also that has to be thought about.
I think this is a very rational plan. And the emphasis on thermal comfort is valid. is not really necessary, I think. Do we really need to emphasize thermal comfort so much when extreme heat and cold has become a common thing? We do have indoor space in different depths. The canopy itself, I think, was a use of the surface and very efficient. But I think inside of the edges, maybe the structures could be a little bit more natural. The canopy and its functions could be achieved with natural elements as well. I think that might have made it more interesting, because the overall impression is a little bit mechanical.
I actually agree with all the opinions of the other members. After the presentation, I think this project seems to be more and more attractive. So also, if we take a look at the sequence, when you enter from Banpo, I think the landscaping planning is very well done. And I think everything else is well done too. For the wind garden, I think it is something that can be very well used as well in reality. But as I asked when they were giving their presentation, there is one perspective, one elevation, and this elevation looks like a structure or a building. So I think the canopy will be quite well used. From AcroVista, it can be used to actually control the views, but from the park to be able to look at the cars, and the drivers to be able to look at the park. I think if we can change that, adjust that, I think that would be very great.
Project, it's clearly the creation of a new landscape, and all the elements are then added to that landscape. Here, I think the furniture and the canopy pieces are really the important driver, and they drive the circulation. So you follow, the connectivity is followed from furniture piece to canopy and down. And I think it gives a little bit of, I think someone earlier said, a bit of a mechanical feel. I think it does have a less natural feel and somewhat mechanical. And although I think overall it's still a very strong project.
저 먼저 처음 보여준
I think this is a little different from the sketch that they showed us, and I tried to follow the lines to see whether it really fits the sketch. So that was what I thought. And using this canopy to make this signature part of their project. So if it's a park that goes over the Olympic Expressway, if you want something quiet, or if you want something cool, there are things that you have to expect from something that covers the Olympic Expressway. But here, mechanically, I think they take almost too many things into consideration. So things I think that could be covered by planting should have been done by planting, and then if they had done that, it would have given it a more natural look. And then I think it is something that is quite rational and feasible. And also what I mentioned too was I said that it would be good to have more nature, But actually, despite that, it is quite an appealing presentation. It really looks actually like a garden. I think the culture facility is well integrated, and we can see the cultural facility with the garden in front, and the canopy. I don't know what it will look like visually, but I think it can function very well. And also, the area of the greenery is quite large, although we cannot see it because of the structure. But in front of the cafe, excluding the paving, the greenery is quite large. So if we have that, how they will go about the planting is something that can be adjusted in the future. So it is quite architectural, but also quite like a garden. So it may be a little different from a park, but it's like a garden park.
Can you hear me? From the entry on the Shinbanpo Road to the very lower part, I thought all the details were well in place. Furthermore, the access to the cultural facilities and the park are quite natural. The circulation paths starting from cultural facilities, traveling through the park were quite good. On the other hand, I thought that the canopy was a little bit excessive. The open space in front of the cultural facilities might have been enough to host activities. The rest could be resolved through grass and trees. I think that also might have been a good approach, a better approach. As for connection, I wish there was a little bit more from Kosubuchi to here. Can it be really natural for people to ascend to the park? The ramp, maybe we don't, it's because we don't have the gradient of the ramp, but I think the ramp sort of reduces the meaning of this piece as a land.
And to summarize all of your opinions, if you have any objections, please let me know. So the entry point is nice, and the covered park, the value that it holds as a garden is quite high. However, using a canopy may be a little extreme, and the connection with the Riverside Park is quite it may be difficult for the people walking on the Riverside Park to find the access to the covered park. On the left-hand side of Sebetung-Dung-Som, there are many people who go there, but from that side, it may seem like a barrier because the Hangang View Cafe, because it is quite high, people actually do not go up there because they feel it's too high. I think there may be this barrier that exists. You just need to find an elevator. Some may say, I won't go up there. Some may say there's a long queue to go up the elevator. So there is this disadvantage. Are there any other comments that you would like to add? No? Then let's go. Can we go on to the next proposal, number 3?
I think we need to see number 3 on the screen. This proposal was quite unique, and I thought it was novel. You'll all agree that it's very special. We elevated the expressway to create a new space, and we have 2 different levels. The novelty was the secret garden, where Building 108 stands. So a sunken garden was created with only the walls of a 108 left. I thought that was a very novel idea and a fresh idea. It also seems like the architects wanted a very orderly and quiet space. It's differentiated from the Kosubuji. It has been created as a quiet space, considering the residential buildings nearby. Small pathways, winding pathways were also very good. However, in terms of connection with the Kosubushi, this design falls short. Rather than looking like it is naturally connected to the Kosubuji, either you have to take the elevator or use the very narrow ramp to access the Kosubuji Park. Another thing is that the shape of the ramps and this bridge-like arches or slates shape seem to be clashing, especially if you look upward from Kosubuji. I thought those were the shortfalls of this design.
I don't think any of the presentations are complete. I think that's why we are going through these deliberations. But for this proposal, the attitude that they have, I think is what I focused on. And do we really have to make a landmark place, a famous place? A lot of budget is input. However, how are we going to interpret land? And if there is a similar project in the future, how are we going to approach this? In that aspect, this proposal seemed quite genuine. And also yesterday, through the technical review, we came to the consensus. I thought that this project was something that would be quite feasible. But when it comes to connectivity, of course, there are points that are lacking. So if there are only 2 bridges, can we make the bridges wider? Can we have a higher number of bridges? Is there anything that we can change? Is there this possibility for change is what I was thinking of. So I think these are the things that we may have to talk about.
I think this is an outstanding design conceptually. As an architect, it's a project that gives you a lot of food for thought. Especially, this is quite obvious from the perspective, but this is what I envisioned. Let's say an elevated highway that was no longer in use were cut out, and if we build this kind of infrastructure on top of an abandoned site, it would be great. But this is going to be a newly built structure. As a newly built structure, it felt a little bit heavy.
There are obvious disadvantages there, but I think also because during the technical review it was discussed that this was a very feasible project, I think those kinds of added connectivity opportunities could be managed. This is probably the lightest hand design-wise. It's the lightest approach. And I agree. I think I'm not sure that the solution is to be heavy-handed. We have some heavy-handed projects that I like. This is the lightest. I think the treatment of the cultural facility and especially the hidden garden is very, very, very unique. And I think it's also, while it is very simple, I think the structure is really quite beautiful and quite minimal. And the other thing about this project, I think, is it could be adapted and could change and could accommodate many different kinds of programmatic opportunities. Right now it's very light. I also really quite like using the morphology of the freeway itself as the two bridging structures. I think it's the only project that did that. I never thought of that. I think it's really, really unique. I rather like this project. I think it's the lightest, but I think it does have some issues with connectivity.
I agree with what was said by the others in terms of issues. I imagined that in the future, if we elongate the park, as if we are burying the expressway underground, it could become a park similar to that in Hainan. What I was most impressed is that the historic interpretation of this location, the conceptual approach, and the ecological and topological research was well done, well explained, and well presented. I learned a lot of things that I didn't understand, so I was very impressed by the presentation.
I agree with what everyone said. I also agree with my fellow members, but what was interesting to me was from the city going down to the river, I think it seemed quite interesting. But from the river, from the users who are on the river side, I think the fact that there are protruding elements, it may seem a little dry, but in essence, connecting and using these different forms and shapes, I think that was a pro. Actually, I found this impressive too because of two reasons. Number one is the cultural facility was put underground. Other proposals made artificial layers, but this proposal actually brought this to the ground level. And also, what I like and what was most innovative of all the 6 presentations was that for level 21, it is flat and it really meets with the apartment level. The apartment complexes are blocked with walls, and then it is distinguished by level. But here it is flat, and it directly connects to the open space of the apartment complex. So that was innovative. And then secondly, My personal view is that it is very simple, and I think this is very deliberate. As they were going from 1 to 2, there probably would have been opportunities for them to make more passages, but they kept to their original version. But maybe because it is too innovative, there can be concerns. In terms of relationship, I think it is quite innovative. So can it be well accepted by our society is somewhat the ironical thing that I thought of.
From the structural point of view, it is similar to the second proposal. There's not many questions to be raised. Likewise, we use the launching truss, and the girders would be installed without much difficulty. What's different from the second proposal is that in the second proposal, a steel beam was used at a 2-meter interval, but a PC beam was used in this proposal without space, so it's quite dense. Once it's installed, it won't affect the lower part. That was quite eye-catching. Between the two box-like structures, there is a void or space. And that's not always parallel. One side is close together and it spreads out as it goes to the other side. I think we can do something about it to make the narrow pathway a little bit wider. As a whole, this plan allows people to travel from Shinbanpo to the park, go through the cultural facility, and enter the covered park. That path is not overly simple or boring. That's my comment. We have two box-like structures that don't share a wall. They are separate from each other with each its own wall. That was very innovative, as the other members said. Even the technical documents showed that the construction itself was well planned. One thing that bothers me is that there's a wall here, and then you have to go around the wall in order to go to the park. You have to circulate around that wall. That bothered me. Secondly, if this is successfully constructed, you can imagine that once it's constructed, this can happen. This scene is the problem. If this was what we wanted, we would have titled the project the Hangang Covered Park Tunnel, because it looks like a tunnel covering the expressway. So the strengths and weaknesses are kind of like two sides of the same coin.
Coming from Shinbanpo and going into the secret garden, that procedure, I think, was quite good. But as we can see from the attitude of the architecture, the fact that they want to actually restore the land itself, that is positive. But because the central buffer is quite narrow, maybe their choice actually makes this their proposal a little rigid. Like building 108, if they have ample space and we can actually make good use of that space. But from this perspective, as you can see, the narrow space, the central space, is quite narrow. And actually using and restoring that buffer, green buffer, rather than that holding meaning, it looks like something artificial has been made. And it feels like the in-between spaces are actually locked in. So what they wanted to actually save, actually, I don't know whether that actually shines as an advantage. The microphone is not on.
Would you like to start? Please put up number 4 proposal on the screen. Number 4 has clearly 3 layers. But it doesn't really seem to blend into the ground. The approach of this passageway was interesting from far apart, but the color yellow, that's a little bit too prominent, and the non-continuous treatment of the triangular platform kind of made the whole thing blend less with the surrounding environment. I thought that the yellow ribbon and the platform worked very well together. I thought that was very interesting. The ecological playground is interesting, so I would have liked to see more of that. And the line itself could have been a little bit more varied, perhaps going up and down and linked in a different way.
With a lot of urban parks we see, I think for many reasons the yellow is very problematic. The color is not an issue, but it does create a prescribed pathway. It seems very difficult to get off that pathway. And I think also there is a historical precedent for a project like this for using yellow. And apparently the choice of yellow here was not necessarily determined for any reason except yellow stood out. I think it was very well presented. I don't think it coheres. I don't think the three systems cohere very well together. Everything in the end is dominated by the yellow path, and I think that's a problem.
Our path. 그 생태 공간을 되게
I think it is stressing the ecological
항상 딜레마가 뭐냐면 사실은 이 우리가 생태 공간을 완벽하게 이 도시에서
to have implement an ecological place in an urban area. That is not easy, and the yellow thread, that space, I don't know how well it really integrates with the ecological space. I don't think it really ties in. So I think both act as each other's backdrop. Other than that, it doesn't really function, take on another function. So that was the question that I had. It has a very clear concept and a good methodology, but I was not really persuaded that much on that perspective.
The triangular shape minimizes interference with the already existing apartment buildings. That might be a very good solution, but the yellow ribbon itself is such a strong element. It shouldn't be a place where you just visit once. For the residents of the apartment, it could be somewhere you go every day. In that respect, this passage in the color yellow might be a little bit too strong for an everyday routine. It could also be very monotonous. As a whole, it has a simple triangular outline as a plane, but it becomes a little bit complicated because it has different levels and it also has a yellow ribbon traveling through it. So I think there needs to be a little bit of simplification and editing. I think the interesting aspect of this project was what happens when the river flows over. There are many catchment areas along the river, but this project took an attitude of trying to take that catchment area and return it to the original nature state. The relationship between the second and third layer emphasizes the difference, but it really is questionable how much that artificiality convinces us. And the lower part of the cover will be covered with a metallic material that reflects what is on the ground. That's a fantastic idea, but I wonder how much of that can be maintained and how long that effect will last, especially considering that it's such a large-scale infrastructure.
I agree. So I will pass. On the structural side, not many details were presented, so it's difficult, I think, to evaluate on that side. I think we need to have a more detailed review, and I think that may impact the construction costs. And the ramp on the riverside, the small bridges, so I think also we need to review whether that will be technically feasible. The triangle and the cultural facility, I think they interact well with each other, and we see an open space that is created, and a linear exhibition space is also created, and it can be, I don't know if they can be open and used. So for the exhibition spaces, how well it can be used, I have a question on that side. But the connection park and the cultural facility, I think, is well integrated. In my opinion, I saw a lot of advantages in terms of design. On the water level side, longitudinally, there is this minimum principle that we apply. And so I think there may be some issues. And also, in the future, there can be issues in terms of the structure design. And also for the lower platform, the number of piles, there may be some drastic changes that are required. Thank you.
Most of the members seem to raising questions about the ribbon. Shall we go to number 5? Mr. Lee Sang-eun. I'll be short. From what I remember, the design seemed very bold, and the lower part was complicated. That's why initially I thought it was unrealistic. But if once listening to the detailed explanation, it seemed that they tried to minimize the impact and they tried to reduce the number of piers. So as of now, the existing regulations were well addressed regarding river management. And it shows that they have faithfully addressed the issues regarding regulations and restrictions. We have a linear cultural facilities on the lower part of the connection park. And I think it's similar to what I talked about earlier. This facility intrudes into the covered park. If it would have been better if it intrudes into the park, and the way that 108 was interpreted and left as a profile is a little bit it's impressive because it does leave the overall remnant as a heritage.
Structurally, it isn't that complicated. It is quite clear. But actually realizing that in reality, I think there can be difficulties. And the concrete cast in situ and changing that to precast is something that they said they could review. But in developing the design, I think there can be a lot of changes made. Thank you. The mass is quite dominant in this presentation, and they try to actually interpret that in their design. The construction method is quite difficult. So the energy and the costs that go into that and the time that go into that, I think, is quite concerning. And even if they change to PC, implementing that mass. PC is something that is fabricated in the plants, and then you have to wait 28 days. So if you take all of that into consideration, construction costs will go higher than the budget is something I think that we can predict. This is a project that shows monumental gestures. It is quite powerful, and so there, I think, are many concerns when it actually is translated into reality, especially for the cover, the high upper part of the cover. Of course, at the end, it spreads out two ways, but when it goes through the two apartment complexes, it seems like a boulevard. And this boulevard and the space, and what decides this will be the events and other monumental objects surrounding the boulevard. And through that is how the space is activated. And I'm concerned about how diverse this can be. And this construction project and the relationship with this upper level cover seems sort of cut off. This may be intended, but so there are concerns and uniqueness to this presentation. Thank you.
This project shows the strongest connectivity, in my impression. It is a significant infrastructure as well. Connectivity is needed, and on the left and right side you have connections. It gives you a feeling that if somebody's on the Kosubuji, you might decide to go up, and then once up, you might decide to go down the opposite way. So this is a very natural movement, and in this respect, it's a very strong design. On the other hand, the way that the greenery was created on the upper part lacks the incentive to make people want to stay here. The hard surface going to Shinbanpo area is quite large in volume, especially compared to other projects. So rather than resting and staying here for a while, it compels you to keep moving. That, I think, was the biggest drawback. But then the composition of the surface of the upper part is something that can be easily modified. So that can be changed a little bit in some respect. It can be a monumental structure on the Hangang River front, and it can have a very strong characteristic. But on the other hand, it could feel a little bit overwhelming. So I have two feelings, ambiguous feelings about this. If this shape is actually constructed, it would be challenging. We kept on asking if this structure can be implemented. If it is constructed and if that surface is created, then the covering, the shape and composition of the greenery are secondary issues. On the upper part, they have very tall trees. This is the only proposal that plants tall trees on the upper part. This could bring realistic issues. But even if we change it to smaller shrubs, the uniqueness of this structure will not be affected.
As I also mentioned beforehand, conceptually, I think this was the most powerful proposal. If we can actually implement this, I think it would be great. But I think it lacks in terms of detail. So I think we need to resolve these issues. And if we are able to actually complete this, to what extent can we actually keep to this concept is the question that I have.
For me, was the most powerful and the strongest of all the proposals. I think this project and the next project are both infrastructure projects. They're not landscapes, they're not architecture, they're not furniture, they're definitely infrastructure. I don't have as much worry about the programming on the large open spaces. I think because for me this piece of infrastructure is more like the Pont Neuf in Paris, like the oldest bridge there, on top of which this last year was staged the most exciting fashion show of the year when LVMH did. So you can stage things in spaces like this, and I think you can treat the surface in very different ways. Obviously, it's monumental and it's a challenge, but I think as big as it is, I do think it has a small scale feel if you're there. I think individuals will feel okay on the space. So I'm very much in support of this.
The 다음 perspective.
Can we see it from a different perspective? There's a page where it shows it looking up to it from the lower level. This, I think, was a very powerful and ambitious proposal. However, the concern that I have, yes, the one before this, the problem is, as was mentioned in the Doodle Island, 350 meters is too long. Everybody talks about buses and transportation, but the powerful view that we're talking about, it's not something that is feasible. The boulevard-like view is a view that a person cannot actually experience. So if you look at it from this standpoint, the previous slide, it's like an aqueduct. So it's like a new monumental infrastructure that is built. But connectivity is not something that we see visually. So when it comes to monumentality, the symmetric experience is something that we cannot do because from a bird's eye view, from an aerial view, you can see it. But because it's from a river, this is the view actually, I think, the actual view that users will experience. So the park itself will be like a Roman aqueduct. So I think that sort of transformation is what we will experience.
I also agree with most of what was said. In terms of experience, it's a little bit too large, a little bit too onerous, and overpowering for someone standing there. But it is such a clear idea. I think that basically it is a wonderful design, and I can't really stop thinking so. But in terms of human experience, it is a little bit excessive in scale. If we can scale it down, I think it might be better. We heard comments on the fifth proposal. Most people agreed that it is very good in terms of connectivity, and it is a little bit too monumental. It does not provide diverse experiences. It's diagram-like and a little bit simple. But if you go one step beyond, if you take one step more, it's a little bit complicated as well. It's hard to draw a line. Let's go to the sixth presentation. I think because of budget, it will have to be scaled down, even if we vote on this. But let's go to the sixth presentation for now. Who was to start discussions on the sixth proposal? Mr. Park, would you like to start? We talked about leverage earlier. In terms of landscape, the spaces are very, very stable. The architectural lines are strong, yet especially the part called slowscape, I think were well solved, and it can function as an outdoor space accommodating any kind of program. The fastscape on top of that is a little bit burdensome visually. Do we have to go to such heights to view the scenery? I guess the intention was to provide a special experience of climbing up to that height. But the scale might be reduced, or maybe it could become a little bit of a planar design or one-dimensional. I wonder if that's feasible. If that happens, I don't know if the concept will be preserved. It's such a strong design.
The fastscape and the fact that it meets with the slowscape, and I think if it meets with this fastscape and slowscape meet together to create a sort of courtyard, then I think that would be better. I don't think there will be any obstacle in viewing it from the slowscape and from the fastscape. So I think if we can modify on that perspective, it would be a very attractive presentation.
I don't think that's a problem necessarily, but I think if you do that, you should admit to it. I don't really see, I mean, as objectionable as I find the fast space, I don't think the slow space is dramatically different. It's the same orthogonal formal language, and it becomes, for me, even more oppressive the higher up in the project you go. It's almost barren at the top and purely a concrete walkway. I think it would be more appropriate for vehicles, but not for pedestrians.
This is the last project, probably, like I should speak in English. I'm talking to you, Mike, too. I totally agree with you. Also, like, I thought like it's technically, spatially, architecturally very well refined and a lot of considerations. But the key issue is like, this one looks like a building complex. So it's not really, to me, it appears to be very, very architectural. And then the language is somehow like you can find in a space. So like whether it's good or bad, it's up to each person. But to me, is it what he wants as a park? And then is it what the residents want? So that becomes the issue.
저도 뭐 크게 다르지 않는데 그냥
I pretty much agree. What I see is whether there really is a strength in the structure. It does have a courtyard-like space, and maybe an inner escape and outer escape would have been more appropriate in this respect. The externality and internality are contrasted. You feel more comfortable choosing slow, and the fact that something is moving outward is the strength. But the outer appearance and shape really was not compelling. It still looks like a building to me. But there is some comfort in the courtyard-like space. What I have to say is pretty much in the same vein. Even in terms of cultural facilities, there are a variety of ingress and egress for the cultural facilities. The basic attitude of having the two approaches is also reflected in the relationship between the park and the cultural facilities. The various ways of going in and out of the cultural facilities has the advantage of allowing more people to come and go. However, it seems to focus more on flow than containing something. In the middle of the cultural facility, 108 is left there. People can come in through various entrances and see that. And I see the intention of the design in this respect.
I don't have any issues with the structure itself, but as I mentioned to you beforehand, fastscape and slowscape, where they meet, from a structural perspective, I think waste does exist, and the fastscape seems quite artificial to me. It feels like a well-made artificial structure to me. Thank you. The fastscape, I think, is the issue for this project. But for that, I don't think it's that negative, because the fastscape, the area of fastscape is not that big considering the whole. So that's why they call it a light structure. And I also agree to some extent. And one other thing is, compared to the other 5 projects, the users who use this, they can come to it from many different angles. So I think there is some architectural fun in that. From the structure side, from the upper level for the fastscape, there will be quite a lot of welding that needs to happen. And so that is not an easy thing to do in terms of vibration, for example. If there's a lot of vibration, you can't do that. So that could be an issue. But overall, I think this is quite positive. This project is, I think, quite, you can see a lot of considerations put into the architecture. But despite that, being architectural, it may not be a pro in this project. So, is this strategy appropriate? Is something that we all need to think about, and we all probably have different opinions on this. I was a little confused on the part where fastscape and slowscape has been distinguished as a diagram, and the fact that they contrast the two. It is quite logical, but on the other hand, the fastscape, going down the fastscape, at a certain moment, you will look at the slowscape. And in that moment, that location can become a slowscape. And even if you want to go to 동작대교, you can go fast through the slowscape, and that makes it a fastscape. So it is quite complex, and such complex movement is something that is done within a park. So actually making that distinction, was that appropriate, is a question that I had. And also making this courtyard in the center, that is one of their characteristics. But when we talk about a garden, we talk about clotus, a closed garden. So you have walls and you look inside. So a courtyard is a type that we are used to in gardens. But here, in the middle is the Olympic Expressway. So it's quite different. So it's reverse. So in some ways it is interesting, but in some ways it is quite complex. So I think by adding trees, they tried to minimize this, but everything in the end started out from making this courtyard in the middle. And so how we should look at the initial decision of making this courtyard, I think, is something we need to think about. Thank you.
We listened to the comments on all 6 proposals. So what should we do? Should we discuss it more, or should we just vote? So let's vote then. How many should we select? 3? So each of you can list 3 favorite proposals. The 3 proposals that got the most votes will be selected. No, shall we make it 4? Shall we select 4 first? So you can all list 3, but among those we will add the votes and select 4. So list 3 of the projects that you prefer the most. We will combine the votes and select 4 that we will discuss again.
1, 2, 3, and 5. We have 4. 1, 2, 3, and 5. Now, we will deliberate on 1, 2, 3, and 5. So if you have any opinions on what you like strongly about any of these projects, please let us know. I will start because we are focusing on connectivity, and from Shinbanpo Station, if we enter from Shinbanpo Station, on the right-hand side, there is Aqua River. Is that correct? Aqua River Park. And then, and next to Aqua River Park is One Bailey. And then the underground route exists and is open that goes through Han River. And then there is quite a large greenery pedestrian route that has been made. And also through Jamsugyo, you can go, you can use a bike or walk. So our project connects Shinbanpo to Han River, and in between that there is Hebit Dungdungsam, and there's a large parking lot. So from the Han River, the in-between location is where it is the most busiest. So if we think of this, from Chamsugyo, the pedestrian route from Chamsugyo and the pedestrian access that is built in our project, these two have to be connected, is something that we can easily imagine. So I would like to support number 1 and 5 because they are, I think, advantageous in terms of connectivity. And then secondly, what we looked at was the covered park and how this should be made. And for number 2, I think you also highly valued number 2 and 3 on the covered park side. Number 2 and number 3, connectivity may be somewhat lacking, but everyone, I think, said that it was quite impressive. And number 3, also, I think many said that through the presentation, you gained a higher level of understanding, and also the fact that they had a very genuine attitude. And then the covered park itself, the space itself, their attitude is quite different when it comes to number 2 and number 3. For number 2, there are many events, there are many mechanisms, and as Dr. Speaks mentioned, there's a lot of furniture. So, and there are a lot of artificial structures in there. But for number 3, it is nature. It's like you have just put nature there. It's quite ecological. So there's no artificial aspects to this space. So number 2 and number 3 are quite contrasting. Number 1 and number 5 are quite different too, although they are simple in terms of connectivity. But for number 1, many, I think, said it was quite complicated and complex. So when we say complicated, it can mean it is diverse. But if we bring down the construction cost, many said that the pro is that we can be flexible. But for number 5, because of its symmetric appearance, some said that this was quite overwhelming. And Mr. Chung said we won't be able to see that symmetric side from our view. So based on that, maybe if you have any opinions on what I just pointed out. So this is the value that we need to focus on in going to the next level. Last time in the first round, we talked about easy access, we talked about pedestrian movement, noise, winter wind, rational structure, privacy. These are all the things that we talked about in the first round. So I think it's really difficult to just think of one advantage. I think we need to look at, take a relative view. For number 2, I don't think there are that many events because we don't have to have these events. So number 3, I thought is quite positive. Events, they're not that big events that are held. So I think there was a lot of rational consideration put into number 3. And then for number 5, I didn't say that it was not monumental. Although it does look monumental, I'm just saying that we won't have the opportunity or the chance to actually see that. Because from the lower part, because it's blocked by the wall, it will seem like a Roman aquatic structure. So from the side, there will be this huge structure. So it will have this sculptural image, I think. Thank you.
While we put up the slide, would you like to say something if Professor speaks? Let me give you my perspective. The jury chair talked about space and connectivity. I don't know if this is possible, but connectivity is more of a functional element. And as long as we don't harm the overall design concept, connectivity can be improved in terms of its functionality. So that's the concept design. If necessary, I think connectivity part can be supplemented. For space, the concept of a covered park is included here. So rather than connectivity, I think it might be better to focus more on the space. I agree. Connectivity. As we questioned many of the previous proposals, can be improved. And we also asked questions regarding connectivity seen from above. We had quite a large amount of tolerance in terms of columns and volume, as well as connectivity, because these are things that can be improved. Whatever design is selected, it can be improved and further developed after the design is selected. So I don't think connectivity really is a differentiating factor. But in the preliminary competition, we emphasized connectivity. And we didn't change that much in the second competition, even if we have the challenge of connectivity. It's not easy to bring that into the project. I think you need to consider this. Fundamentally, the project started with connectivity. Is it going to start with connectivity? Is the covered part an active connection, or is it a passive connection? If it's going to be just an elevator, it's a very passive connection. If you say that civil engineering and construction issues will be there in terms of construction, but we looked at projects with a certain amount of tolerance. But what I'm saying is that if you say that and categorize it into different classes, I think that it really doesn't strike a balance.
I also agree to some extent. Connectivity is an important issue. It is something that should be stressed, but saying that this is connected and this is not connected, I think it's really difficult to assess like that. I have been in this for over a year. I know how difficult a project this is, and whoever is selected, I think there will be many challenges that the party will encounter. I really hope that this comes to fruition. So I think, as the chair mentioned, number 1 and 5 are powerful in terms of connectivity, but within the knowledge that I have, whether this is can be implemented keeping to its concept within the limited budget, will that be feasible? I think if we have to make the decision now, number 2 and number 3, although they have different approaches and different concepts, I think we can compensate on the connectivity side. I don't think shape is the issue. Changing the direction of the ramp, adding on more routes. The integrity of the project, I think, can be kept. And there are things that can be modified. So these two projects, I think, I would be more interested in. I think with these two projects, there can be modifications made and it can actually be implemented. So the park on the upper level and connectivity is what we are talking about currently. And for 1, 2, 3, and 5, of course, it would be great if we could combine 2 different projects and really compensate and bring together the pros of 2 different projects, but that's not possible. So I think at this point of time, be it connectivity or be it the park itself, connected park itself, I think we have to look to see if there are any critical issues. If connectivity is an issue that can be overcome, or is this something that cannot be overcome? So if, let's say, this has a critical issue, I think that's what we need to look at now. I don't think there are any projects that have very critical issues, but I think we are placing weight on what value the space itself has. I think we have to think of this because it will impact the future projects. So I think this is what we need to think about. Of course, we don't need to eliminate connectivity. So I think that's a concern that I have.
So I also am more interested on number 2 and 3. If everyone has expressed their feelings, shall we vote? Shall we list 2 that we prefer? Yes, we'll have 2 votes. We can list 2 that we favor. while we get ready to vote, is there anything that you would like to add? We all want this to happen. So do you think that maybe enhancing connectivity could make it overrun the budget and then make it unable to be executed? It would be a tragedy if it suddenly becomes impossible to build because of the connectivity addition that I propose. Maybe the wide plate will become narrower because of construction constraints. That applies to everything. It applies to number 2 and 3 as well. The plate itself will disappear. But I don't think it'll be that drastic. Number 3, I believe, will give us a good lesson. If we continue to build these covered parks along the river, there will be some time when the whole riverside will be covered and there will be no way to travel downwards. But I think access from Kosubuchi is very important. People coming from Shinbanpo are few in numbers, but there are more people traveling up from Kosubuchi toward the park. Number 3 or number 2 has a good space within the covered park, but the ascending path is really not strong enough to attract people and motivate them to climb upward, whether it's taking an elevator or taking the stairway. Not many people are going to feel like going up. Like I said earlier, we have the Hangang Outlook Cafe, but that was a total failure. Nobody goes there because of that height and because it doesn't motivate people to go up to the cafe. All of these cafes are closed because nobody climbs up all the way to the cafe. This is going to be shown to the citizens. The citizens will see how somebody can come from Shinbanpo Road and walk all the way to Chamsu Bridge. Somebody can cross Chamsu Ridge and naturally travel up all the way to Shinbanpo-dero. If we're going to think about the citizens' point of view and the citizens' desire to walk along that path, which is the best proposal? That is the question. What's the best for the residents and the citizens? Rather than thinking what's the design that I favor the most, let's think about which is best for the residents and the citizens.
From one side, because it's a covered park, at the same time, it is a connected park. And this is the first project, but into the future, I think there will be other covered park projects. And I think in this competition, it would be great if we come up with a great best example. And I think overcoming this difference in levels that don't go through the conventional elevators or the ramps is something that we can find. But in the beginning, as I mentioned, there are these ironical elements that I am looking for. So it really is not easy. I think I need to hear the opinions of my colleague members. Construction-wise, number 3 is quite advantageous, and it can grow continuously, I think, and also it is quite ecological. It has great attitude, but despite that, in terms of connectivity, the theme for this project is to connect the city to the nature. So I think we need to have a high criteria on that. From the citizens' perspective, we just follow the land, but this land is floating in some areas, and then although it may go over the construction cost budget, I think connectivity is well expressed in number 1 and number 5, and my opinion is we need to select between number 1 and number 5.
Thank you very much for those comments, Chair. I think connectivity is important, yes. But during the preliminary competition, right now there's a 650-meter distance and 345 meters up until the end of the ramp. Since we have that distance to cover, is connectivity that important? I'm not opposing connectivity. I'm just saying that we shouldn't overemphasize connectivity, because during the preliminary competition, we said that this is important among many different requirements. We also said how construction cost was important. Construction and cost is a constraint that we cannot go beyond. Connecting the two elements is important. The connection should be natural. Yes, so number 1 has a very active connection because the plane is extending outward. But as we said earlier, is that sufficient? Maybe. It should extend further. Maybe it have to be cut in the middle because of technical issues. And what about the other side? It's not just making the connection that's important. It's how we make the connection and how we're going to fulfill the other conditions. There are functions, there are costs, there are residents' opinions that we need to consider as well. That was my opinion as I provided as a backup to your comments. Yes, I'd like to say a few things. I said connection is more of a functional issue. The reason why I said this is because number 2 or 3 have ramps, and that structure can provide connectivity, so it can be solved structurally. And creating or building that ramp does not accompany a huge cost. In terms of cost, it does not require a huge change. That means that functionally connection is possible, especially in terms of engineering. in case of number 5, where we have connections taking place in both directions. In the Banpo direction, as the chair said earlier, it connects and creates a loop. But however, in the direction of Dongjak Daegyo or Dongjak Bridge, I question whether we really need connection. If we do need a connection, maybe it's a better idea to make a connection in the direction where connectivity is required. I'll be short in my comment. I fully agree with what the chair said. If connection is just a functionality, we already have intersections and passageways. So connection is there. We're talking about changing our attitude and creating a new connection that will become an icon of the city. I think the first criteria is looking at what sort of attitude is taken toward connection, and I think it's absolutely necessary to judge that attitude.
I don't know whether it is necessary for me to add to this heated discussion, but to give my opinion, connectivity is, I think, very important. But you will probably guess that I have a different opinion. But I don't think it is something, I don't know whether it is the most important criteria that overrides everything else. Of course, based on what everybody else thinks, I think, of course, we can vote and see what everybody thinks. But in my personal view, what is clear is, of course, I'm not saying that connectivity is meaningless, but for number 1, of course, they take on that position, also taking on risk. But that said, let's say we have the body and then we have arms and legs. Of course, the body is important and the arms and legs are important as well. I'm thinking, but aren't we focusing too much on the arms and the legs? Because the body itself may take up more of the construction costs. The title is to have a connected park, a connection park. So we want to have a connection that is different from what we are used to. So I think the connection should be done by a covered park. So I think whether it is actually touching the ground or not, aren't we too maybe lopsided in our thinking? Is an issue. You may say, is the switch on or off? Yes, that could be the case.
I have an idea. We all know the projects, and we all know what's important. So those who have voting rights will select 2 top-ranking proposals and then go from there. If we keep on talking about the importance of connectivity, we'll just be going on and on and on, and time will pass by.
number 1 and number 5 have the same number of votes. Number 2 and number 3 also have the same number of votes. But by 1 vote each, number 2 and number 3 have more votes. So we will deliberate on these two. Or since number 1 and number 5 have the same number of votes, do you want to, should we just leave it at that? Do you want to? I would like to raise an opinion. I actually selected number 1 and 5. And the reason for that, number 1 and number 2, the reason for that is because their value, I thought them as 5 and 5. For number 1, because I was invited as an expert for on the structural side. For number 1, if we just really implement this for the ramp I think is something that we need to keep, even if we bring down the scale. Now, the cover part can be downsized a little, but the curvature, the arch and the curves, I think will be something that we will have to give up on. Then I think we can fit the budget. So that's why I selected 1 and 2. I just wanted to give that information to you. Because we have finished and completed the vote, we will deliberate on the 2 projects. So the next stage is, because number 1, the winner will be announced through the media, we will stop broadcasting via YouTube, because that will be announced later on. So we'll be deliberating on number 2 and 3. I would like to thank all of you who have been listening to us throughout the deliberation. Thank you. And I would like to ask the jury to